subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere.
Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ICC Academy for the two-day game of Lancashire Lightning's pre-season match versus Loughborough University. And let's take a look at this track. Well, we already know that Lancashire have decided to bat first, and look at the surface. Very green, looks exactly like the outfield. It looks like a snooker table out here, so it's going to be tough going for the Lancashire batters in the first hour or so. That ball is going to nip around. There's going to be good carry, so the Loughborough boys will enjoy having a bowl here. I think a good target on this surface, perhaps 250 plus, anything above that will be a good score to defend. And it looks a very, very lively surface indeed. Let's see, it's going to be a lot of fun. Back to the comm box.
Game, so it will be looking forward for me at least to see a relaxed day out there, and now we can see where the bowler can really swing the ball and the spinners grip in there. So will be a definitely a good day, but yes, skiddy conditions, you're spot on there. Those grass on the wicket is more of about just to skid the ball for the seamers. Another delivery passes by the batter.
Well, Abid, we do have to talk about the occasion itself. A red ball game in the UAE after a very long time. I think the last time Pakistan played Test cricket here must have been about 4 years ago. And finally, we're back at it again. So, nice to see the whites and a red ball fizzing around on a green surface.
Yeah, this was something we were missing for a long time in here in this part of the world, especially because you were right that test games were very limited here in UAE, because this has been a hub, especially for the limited overs, the franchise cricket. We had IPL, we had earlier PSL, and so many things were happening in this part of the world. And now we are glad that Lancashire have toward UAE.
Left arm seamer opening the bowling here for Loughborough University. What a fabulous opportunity for these young lads. Budding cricketers in their own right, getting an opportunity at the ICC Academy of all places. And it's their first pre-season tour after the COVID pandemic has taken over the world. So good to see them also getting back to full gear and full duty. Good bounce and carry once again there. Speculative first over gone by.
Just a run in that over. And now from the tennis court end we'll have action. It's a great day for a perfect two-day game that we'll be having. There'll be an interesting contest.
Nice pacey delivery to start. Just flicked away towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. Indeed, Keaton Jennings, well, he has nothing to prove. Played a lot of test cricket for England around circa 2016 to 18. I believe he made a test 100 on debut. One of the gun batters of Lancashire Lightning. Elegant, tall left-hander. And we saw in that white ball T20 game rather versus the UAE, he's in very good form already.
Oh, nice ball, but it is a no ball. Just a little too eager there, trying to fetch that extra bit of pace.
And there's a bit of a slope out there as well. It's an incline from the tennis court end. So, of course, very young bowlers, they won't be used to this ground in these conditions. So, just need to sort yourself out. You have 90 overs to bowl, no matter what. Lancashire, even if they're all out, they will continue batting. Oh, beauty once again. And you can see the outfielders, they're enjoying the carry on this track.
Yeah, but definitely there is a bounce because of the new ball. It is swinging. So these first overs will be crucial.
This time hitting the splice of the bat. Nicely behind it. So of course, no matter where you play in the world, Abid, you have to respect the new ball, be it in Asia, Oceania, or in the UK itself. That first hour will always belong to the new ball bowlers.
Yeah, if you strike on the very first when the ball is new in the first 10 overs, though nowadays there's a lot of sense in the bowlers to keep the shine alive. Pretty much awareness. It's just not the bowler but the entire team. They just keep the ball shining, and even if once it's getting rough, they start using one side as shiny. It's just an art.
Well, good luck to them trying to get reverse out here on this very, very lush outfield. Looks an absolute picture. It feels like a game at Mount Maunganui in New Zealand during the Women's World Cup. Very picturesque ground. Solid punch off the front foot, but extra cover will do nicely there.
Yeah, just will be spending time. Beautifully bowled. Just a pace and just targeting a patch of the batter.
Yeah, quick arm action. So he does get that ball to just bounce that little bit extra. And Keaton Jennings isn't quite enjoying it. He's very strong on the leg side, likes to tuck the ball away. Just that extra bounce.
A nicely bowled outside off channel. Yeah, Keaton Jennings is having a lot of experience, as you were mentioning. I've been watching him from past 6 to 7 years. Always amongst the runs and leading the side for a reason.
Absolutely, one of the senior pros in the Lancashire side. This time tucked away. There is a deep fine in place, so nicely managed. Just rode the bounce and deflecting the ball around the corner.
Amount for bowling onto his body. The earlier previous delivery was testing him outside off. This time tries to bowl him up front. So 3 slips in. Oh, nicely bowled and well kept there.
Yeah, you can see immediately a lot of carry. The ball is really fizzing past. And a good take by the keeper there. And imagine if in our university days, Avid, we'd get to tour the UAE, play on a grassy surface at the ICC Academy, the stuff of dreams.
Yeah, it used to be really exciting day for us. Down the leg side once again. Definitely talking about the more you play in this kind of surfaces and the greens, the more you will develop, the less of the chances of the injuries. So you need to have an eye on the bowlers, especially the fast bowlers who just are very sensitive when it comes to the bowling and injuries.
Yeah, the skipper of Loughborough, Jack Nightingale, he did mention during our pre-match chat that it's going to be short spells for his fast bowlers, 4 overs max. He doesn't want to overexert them because as per the rules agreed between the two sides, no matter what, it's going to be Lancashire batting all day for 90 overs. So even if you get 18 wickets or 12 wickets or 2 wickets, they're going to continue. So Loughborough have to be mentally prepared that it's going to be a slog today.
Indeed, these are the friendlies as we know that. So probably the tomorrow's day will have the second team batting.
Very still cloudless morning here in Dubai in mid-March. Must be about in the mid-30s. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. No chance to get bad on that one.
That's a jeffer. A great delivery. Excellent seam position and ball just swinging away.
Yeah, just needs to bowl in that channel. Plenty of slippers in place. And they'd like to get something early to grab onto. Bowling really well here.
Yeah, this is more like you're solidly behind it.
Yeah, the key to batting in the top order in red ball cricket, you are going to be beaten outside your off stump. You will get unplayable deliveries. You need to have the memory of a goldfish. It's happened. It's gone by. You refocus and move on to the next ball. Forget about what's transpired.
Yeah, that's what we call about temperaments will be tested. Bigger format. Oh, that's a great delivery. Peach off the delivery.
Well, look at that extra bounce. Look at that carry. Even the keeper was struggling a little bit. But definitely from this tennis court end, you're seeing the ball misbehave quite a bit. Brilliant carry there. Rare for a pitch in the UAE. You don't really see that.
We're talking about the pitch here. This pitch will keep skidding for the fast bowlers. They need to avail that. I think that would be also plus when the ball gets older. You still have something to purchase from the surface.
4 for no loss so far. We're in the 4th over. George Balderson still to get off the mark, waiting patiently. Keaton Jennings has 2 runs to his name. Nicely flicked away this time. Deep fine is in place. So we're only dealing in singles so far.
Nicely bowled once again. That will conclude the over number 3. 4, I beg your pardon. 4 overs are up, 5 runs on board for none.
This time nicely cut away behind point. Runs here for Keaton Jennings. Just easing through for 2. That will give him a lot of confidence. Nicely punched and found the gap with ease.
Yeah, red ball cricket is all about getting some middle of the bat and timing for the initial stage where the batter need to get settled. The red ball usually swings a lot than the white ball. Oh, beats the outside edge. Jennings is just not looking interested to go after anything outside off.
Yeah, good bowling here. Bowling within themselves. Not trying to do anything too flash. Safely shouldering arms to that one. So George Balderson still on naught. Keaton Jennings on 5. Just getting their eye in. They know they have plenty of time to occupy the crease. No real pressure, but you would like to get some time in the middle, especially George Balderson.
Yeah, it's all about the temperament. The more you get settled. I'm a fan of this longer formats. Love to watch the game, and this is how you build and set up the batter. Just keep bowling, feeding the batsman in a one channel, and then give him a surprisingly the other delivery round.
Young lad George Balderson, only 21 years of age. Oh, that's nicely spanked through extra cover. Got tall on that one, KJ. And that has been absolutely smashed. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, great shot. Excellent. Just pushed it and timed it perfectly. Picked up the gap. Nicely done. Keaton Jennings is known for these kind of shots.
That was absolutely glorious. Using his stature, using his height to full effect. Oh, this time just playing close to the body. Good response from the bowler.
That will be the end of the over number 6. 5, I beg your pardon. So, Balderson yet to get off the mark.
Nicely, solidly behind that, George. Of course, former captain of the England under-19 side in the 2022 under-19 World Cup we've just had in the Caribbean. What a fabulous contest that was. I believe they lost in a nail-biter to India. Very well contested game. This time just jagging away off the deck, safely shouldering arms. So he's a young lad with plenty of patience and plenty of promise. If you're given a slot to open the innings alongside a seasoned pro like Keaton Jennings, he'll want to stake a claim in that playing 11, that starting 11.
Well, that is our phase there when you start learning also, when you join your seniors. There's a long way ahead for George.
Good lines there. Yeah, he's played 11 first-class games already. Got 350s to his name. Just an average, a tick below 30, but it's early days just yet. But if you're already representing Lancashire at county level at age 21, you have to be a very, very special player indeed.
Yeah, indeed, George Burleson is a very special player. Moreover, he has the best jersey number of the team, I reckon, number 10.
Oh, look at that punch. Misfield at mid-on. So they will get extra runs here. That's a confident punch. He'll pick up 2. And that will definitely give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, they always, first 2 runs are special. The first run, so getting off the mark is special. This is the first 2 days game between these two. So there's the first runs for George Burleson.
Oh, big flash at that one. It got big on him. Excellent take by the keeper. And you have to be careful with those horizontal bat shots on this surface. It is kicking off a length.
It's kind of a satisfier for the keeper and the bowlers where the position where the keeper collects it. So when he jumps out or just collects the ball over the chest height for the keeper and the bowler. Yes, the deck is providing its supply, is doing his work well. The ball is bouncing a bit. Oh,
Nicely
love.
deflected towards square leg. There's acres of room out there. And it will run away down the hill for 4. So first boundary of the day for George Balderson. A very elegant flick off the hip.
Beautifully just glided down the leg side. Just soft touch, but great timing on it. 4 runs will be added. He moves to 6.
17 for no loss after 6 overs. So the Loughborough captain, Nightingale, persisting with his paces here. Let's see how long they will bowl though. I don't expect anybody to bowl more than 4 over spells. It is early morning, but I would estimate it's about 33, 34 degrees Celsius already. So it's not going to be an easy task steaming in consistently. No hint of a breeze either to assist the bowlers. Try to cut that away, just a bit of a bottom edge there. So he's looking to be proactive here, Keaton Jennings. Been a solid start so far though, and he's looked in good form on this tour already. Just letting that one go outside his off stump. You have to be very assured with your footwork. I know where your off stump is. Because once you get your eye in on this track, I think there are plenty of runs to be had. That greenish tinge on it is quite deceptive. It's mostly there to hold the surface together. Keaton Jennings, of course, has played 17 tests for England, 2 centuries to his name. But let's talk about his first class numbers. Well, 20 maximums for Lancashire, 8,000 runs below his belt. So he's an absolute top gun. Highest score of 221 not out. So once he gets his eye in, he definitely goes for the long haul, doesn't he, Abid?
Well, definitely he's a class, experienced. This is what he's known for. A keeper missing it. This ball travels towards the boundary line. Down the leg side. This will be called buys.
Yeah, not easy out there. Some balls have stood up on him, and this time just bursting through. No chance. 7 overs gone. 21 for no loss. Still 3 slips in place. Backward point. Lock. Much orthodox stuff here. For a Captain Jack, I think they're still batting lead places to reduce an edge.
Yeah, they kept the wicket in hand. Pressure for the bowlers.
Forget that fabulous 100 versus India. Exceptional debut. He was so assured against spin. And we saw that the other day as well in the T20 game versus the UAE. His game plan and execution versus the spinners is second to none.
Oh, just outside the out. The ball is slightly in the air. I think Lancashire batters are the luckiest one because they have Jimmy Anderson at the nets. You can ask anything better than that.
Indeed, great legacy. The head coach himself, Glenn Chappell, well, he has thousands of wickets, I dare say. Known for its fast bowling with James Anderson, Watson Markham, Glenn Chappell, Ian Austin, to name a few.
Yeah, they have
Bowlers. Big Freddie Flintoff himself as well.
Whoa, where was that going? Excellent bounce there.
Take from the keeper, both feet in the air. Fantastic take. He's just a small lad, so he had to launch himself to take that one.
Yeah, probably heard us. We were talking about the fast bowlers. Bam, shot and delivery. It's Lancashire, the left fast bowlers. Overseas Hassan Ali to their side.
Really looking forward to that. County games for them. What a signing he is, alongside the likes of Will Salt, Livingstone, Keaton Jennings, James Glass. Of course, looking forward to seeing them get Leatherwick in action tomorrow. It is very, very impressive. The T20 game bowled with raw pace, got bounce off a very, very dull surface. Hurry the UAE batters. That's a lovely try, but good fielding and extra cover as well. Get down to it and did well.
Yeah, fine fielder. Exactly where he plays that shot. Oh, nicely bowled. Just surprised the batter George Bullison there with that bit of extra bounce. Pitched it slightly on a good length area.
Yeah, not rotating the strike a lot here. There has been a change in the bowling. Oh, that's a big wide there, unfortunately. And if you're bowling a wide in a red ball game, well, Abid, that sounds like something we would bowl.
Yeah, it's very tempting for me. I might really want to go down there and get a chance to play.
Just get in there at gully, backward point, somewhere in the catching area. Nicely deflected once again. Fine leg in action. So he's looking quite organized here, young Balderson. Very secure. Anything that's straightish, just tucks it around the corner, not too hassled about it.
Well, indeed, look at that. George Bullis just walked towards Keaton Jennings, having few words. Definitely would be advising him about the bowler. Again, a lovely delivery. That beats him outside off.
Yeah, he has that strange way of leaving the ball. He just tucks it into his pad. I remember Marcus Trescothick used to do that. Somerset legend. What a player he was. Absolutely brilliant. And he has a similar physique to him as well. Oh, big appeal this time, but the umpire is not interested. They will scurry through and given as leg buys.
Yeah, there's been many greats that England cricket have produced in a recent time. Ian Bell used to be a very good batter.
Yeah, The likes of Jonathan Trott, Ian Bell, Andrew Strauss, Alistair Cook, the chef, of course, nicely solidly behind that one. And he definitely looks a very good prospect, doesn't he, Abid?
Indeed. Yeah, you never know the way he's going, and he's very, very talented. George Burleson, you might see his name amongst the greats like Joey Root.
And of course, Lancashire Lightning are without some of their elite players. Oh, this time deflected. Gap between gully and point. Giving it a hard chase, but it will run away for 4. Nicely controlled in the end. And George Balderson moves into double figures.
Yeah, beautifully done. Just open the face of the blade at the right time. It's 9 overs gone. 30 for none.
And just bunted to mid-off for a quick single. And it's a no ball once again.
Yeah. Will Rogers just ended his 4 overs on Trott, and that's a big challenge in these conditions to bowl 4 overs on Trott. You don't want to put your fast bowlers under the light.
He just stepped out of the field for a bit of a break, and he is absolutely gassed. Young Will, but put in a solid shift. Tucked away, but square leg is close in there. Quickly gets around to it. And of course, these are all semi-pros, these Loughborough University lads. What an experience it must be for them. Pre-season tour out in the Middle East. And we are having so much cricket here in the UAE. Lovely to see the county sides also coming back to the UAE for the pre-season tours post-COVID. Oh, in the air, sliced away, not in control there, George. But there was nobody at gully. Flies away for 4.
And a no ball as well. The problem continues. It's a third no ball from this end, and yeah, he's telling the bowler. The captain joins him. Yes, over his step there, a little too eager there.
Has to be careful on the back foot there. He's moved on to 16, 37 for no loss. We're in the 10th over. But he's definitely looked a bit suspect. Trying to play the ball in that cover point region. Quickish delivery once again, but down the leg side. And they made a slight adjustment to the field, but let's see. He just shifted to his left a little bit, trying to cover that big gap. Quickly had an opportunity there, but tough slogging to get into it in that region.
Nathan Nasley from New Zealand also is part and parcel of this
What
great
a player
team.
he used to be. Nathan Astle, absolutely brilliant. Of course, Michael Atherton, Neil Fairbrother, Glenn Chappell himself, the current head coach. This time he tucks it into the gap. There's nobody at deep fine, and that will run away for four. Classy from Keaton Jennings.
Lovely shot. Excellent execution. So now things are really getting in the favour of the batter, as the ball will be getting older and older. It will be easier to bat, and the surface, you see that ball is skidding a bit there. So the bowlers need to keep that channel right, where they can just target outside off. Yeah, that's more like it.
Current run rate is just a tick below 4 now. 11 overs gone. 41 for no loss. Oh, good delivery this time. So it's been a fair while since George Balderson has been on strike. He's batting on 16. And it's been a rock solid start for the Lightning. Looking good. So just running through the two sides we have playing today. The Lancashire Lightning, it's going to, of course, Keaton Jennings and George Balderson out there. Bohannon, Vilas, Dame Vilas, the captain, listed at 4. Phil Salt will be keeping for them. Jones, Luke Wood, Danny Lamb, Jack Blatherwick, Jack Morley as well, Tom Hartley as well. So they have spin options there, and the Pacers. So let's see what kind of purchase the slightly quicker and more experienced Lancashire bowlers will get. I think the likes of Danny Lamb will definitely enjoy the surface. Plenty of nip. He hits the seam. Honest, medium fast. And look at that carry once again.
That
Really
was
flying
not.
through.
Yeah, that was not a medium fast. The great delivery there, seamed up, and a moving away from Balderson.
Yeah, it really is a quality side. A lot of runs, a lot of experience. Letting that one go through safely. And I do feel it's a very important season for Josh Bohannon. Excellent player. Was watching some of their social media content. He was wearing a GoPro in one of the net sessions and absolutely smashing the ball. You can look up all of their social media stuff on all the major platforms. Hashtag Lancs in Dubai.
Yeah.
Even the women's side, of course, in action earlier in the week. The Lancashire Thunder. So you have to compliment Lancashire County for setting a fabulous precedent. Both men's and women's sides partaking in a pre-season tour, even though some of their superstars are on international duty.
Yeah, indeed. It's kudos to these Lancashire side. They have managed to bring the seniors, juniors, and women's as well. That will bring over to an end. 12 gone. It's 43 for none. Yeah, good defense from the back foot this time. From the young George Balderson. The partnership is moving enough. 43 runs. Just 12 overs passed. They are 3.5 achieved run rate. They're doing fine job. Just driven straight to the long off. The slip fielders are just getting shorter. We had 3 slip fielders earlier and are now 2 slip. Ball lost its shine. Just now the bowlers will still get some swing, not very heavy swing. Driven towards the point region. Yeah, lets that go and nicely carried.
You can see though that now the two batters are looking very, very solid indeed. That early bounce and carry seems to have just faded a touch as the ball has gotten older. And with this lush outfield, very clean square, it's going to be hard to get the ball to scuff up here. Oh, genuinely beats him there. Nicely bowled. Well, the commentator's curse, just when I was saying they're looking rock solid, just fizzed past his outside edge there.
Moreover, they'll be looking to play most of the overs. Both these openers, they need to get settled in. They're just looking solid, easily playing. We saw the Balderson now is not shy of bringing his bat in. So I've been always a fan of Andrew Flintoff, and just I think it's not me but the entire cricketing world missed his actions.
Well, what a player he was. Probably England's cricketer of the decade for the 2010s. But the first 10 years of this century though, that 2005 Ashes, well, who can forget? I think he scored about 240 runs and took 40 wickets, something like that. Absolutely incredible. And a
Yeah.
brilliant white ball cricket as well for England. 13 overs gone meanwhile. It's 44 for no loss. Lancashire Lightning looking very, very good indeed. Rock solid start. Solidly behind that is Keaton Jennings, batting on 14. So the pitch certainly seems to have eased up here, Abid.
Yeah, as the day progresses, it will get easier for the batters also to get settled. We were talking about Andrew Flintoff. Just to give you a good piece of knowledge that the first wicket of Andrew Flintoff was his club mate, Wasim Akram, in Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Nicely punched off the back foot, beats the point fielder, who did get a hand on it. So they'll just pick up one. Well, that must have been an interesting meeting in the dressing room later on in the county season. Big Fred, what a bowler he was. Legitimately bowled in the mid 140s, and could he smash the ball? One of the cleanest strikers of the ball ever in England's history, I dare say.
A very good bowling action, high arm action, just used to jump, and I tried to copy him a lot.
Well, I dare say, I don't think you got as much bounce as him.
Yeah, in tennis ball I did. Yeah, what a great player we have witnessed. Lucky enough to have him in our era. We used to watch him playing in Ashes, though be in his ODI white ball game. He's an excellent, but he's multi-talented, isn't he?
Well, he could do literally everything out there in the middle. Nicely punched. Quick single taken to mid-on. Good communication between the two. Immediately knew there were runs for the taking. 47 for no loss. We're 14 overs into the game. Current run rate of 3.5 is very, very healthy indeed. So far so good. It's looking good for Lancashire Lightning here on their pre-season tour. You need your top order to be in good nick going into the county championship. Of course, the conditions will be much more different. Oh, has he put him down? Oh, I think he has.
You get to feel for the bowler. He's put a lot of efforts behind that. He's been settling there. Keaton Jennings from the bowl one. He's just working hard on it, and found the outside edge, but it was put down.
Well, it's young Brewer, the wicketkeeper there. Judging by his reaction, he looked absolutely distraught. My goodness. And this time, goes for that Yorker delivery, but the senior pro, he was wise to it. This is good bowling here. Takes a mighty effort to get them to nick off, and then the keeper just letting it out of his grasp. A big opportunity given away.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's not an easy to take edge from Jennings. Yeah, now he's just paid off on a back foot. To over to come to an end, 14 gone, 47 for none.
Looking for that gap at mid-wicket. They're not quite out of the middle. So he does tend to favor leg side a bit, young George Balderson. Batting on 18 here, but looking very, very good indeed. Of course, it's all about getting some practice in. They would have done a lot of strength and conditioning work in the off-season in the winter. But now it's down to the serious business. But this young lad has been pretty busy, coming off the Under-19 World Cup, where England did so well, just coming up short.
Well, this team is being led by a very talented Dan Willis.
Yeah, experienced captain. Played all over the globe.
Yeah, made his debut in 2015 against Bangladesh for England. South Africa, beg your pardon.
Shouldering arms to that one. Yeah. Truckloads of experience there. 22 first class hundreds, no less. Very good average of 41 and a half. And he definitely commands the locker room, has a very commanding presence. Used to keep as well, but has turned over that duty to Phil Salt for now. Looking forward to seeing him in action. Powerful player. "15 overs gone then. 47 for no loss."
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
After those drink breaks, the preparation there for the long spells for the bowler. This is the beauty of 2-day games where you get 90 overs a day. This is 15 overs past. There's long day left. You need to bowl 75 overs more. Just on a back foot. This is touch low, keeping the ball along the ground. Yeah, that's a front foot block. Oh, nicely driven there, but no run. So it's pretty much decided in the pre-match chat that no matter what, Lancashire Lightnings will be batting all day. Even if they get all out, they'll be put on to bat again. So these are the beauty of friendlies. A single and a good running between Burleson and Keaton Jennings. Yeah, I just played with a straight bat. Again, a single completed. So the fielders are coming from the 30-yard circle, just behind the line where are singles available. 50 comes up with that single. It's 15.5. I ducked it down towards the backward point. A dot ball to finish the over. It's 50 for none after 16. Nicely bowled outside off. George Balderson not in a mood to touch anything there. Nice warm day. The day is, the more progress, the warmer it will get. This is what they are preparing for pre-season tour.
Umpires having a little chat with the bowling side. Just making sure what's taking place. Of course, 50-run partnership has come up. Keaton Jennings on 16 of 52 with 2 boundaries, and young George Balderson 19 of 51 deliveries, 3 boundaries to his name. So just the start that Glenn Chappell would have liked for his Lancashire top order batters, wouldn't he, Abid?
Yeah, indeed. Pulls this one, gets a piece of willow. The ball runs away for 4.
Nicely done there by Balderson. Joe Everett just getting a bit errant there with his lines and immediately pounced on it. Runs away for 4.
Yeah, that was a slightly easy delivery to pick. But then George didn't time it well, but that still travelled all the way for 4.
He does hit the deck quite hard there, Everett. Open chested action, really tries to bang the ball into the surface, doesn't he? Perhaps he'll get the ball to just kick off a length. Could be in business here from the football ground end.
Yeah, more of a looking in a sort of a bowling shot and at the good length area. Again, bowled it down the leg side. So no surprises there for the batters. No fuller length deliveries of the York length. Just to try one out of odd.
Yeah, but it does take a lot of energy out of you, doesn't it? Trying to go for those quick bouncers or trying to find that Yorker length. You really need to bend your back. It's an effort ball. Nice punch down the ground. That is absolutely glorious. Mid-on has given up the chase. Shot of the day from George Balderson.
Yeah, just opened the face of the blade. Beautifully done. Look at that. We're talking about full and deliveries. It was just a bit of full and straight down the ground for 4.
He does look a class apart, doesn't he? 17 overs gone, 58 for no loss. So Gus Miller coming back for another spell. Nicely punched to mid-off. Quick single. Yep, easily done. Bit of a misfield there. It's gone for 15 runs in his first 4-over burst, Gus Miller. And Lancs are looking in fine fettle indeed. .27 of 57 deliveries is young George Balderson. And Keaton Jennings, he's looking rock solid as well. Shouldering arms to that one, just coming in a touch. So you do have to be careful with your fast men here. Loughborough skipper Jack Nightingale. He'll need to use them judiciously if he wants to keep bringing them back for repeat spells. You can already see it's quite energy draining, isn't it?
Yeah. Gus Miller bowling 5th over. A lovely punch. And a single there. Good efforts.
Yeah, good desperation in the field there from the Loughborough lads. Working together as a pair. And I believe a current UAE player also plays for Loughborough, Ritya Arvind.
Oh yeah.
He's been setting the world alight, hasn't he, Abid?
Yes, nominees for Player of the Month. They recently struck 100 as well.
Yeah, he's a fabulous talent. He was single-handedly responsible for UAE qualifying for the T20 World Cup later in the winter in Australia. Played a fabulous match-winning hand in the semi-final.
Yeah, against Bahrain. Despite UAE lost the game, but they qualified for the World Cup.
Oh, just standing up there on him. Caught the batter off guard a little bit, but he negotiated it quite well.
Yeah, it surprised him a bit there with that extra bounce. Yeah, Keaton Jennings would be really happy still to be down there in the middle.
Yeah, he's been there, seen it all. Right at the top levels of Test cricket.
Oh, this time he draws outside edge, passes the fielder, runs down for 4.
Well, when they do produce a slightly uncontrolled shot, it's gone through the slip cordon. Take a look at here. Just going straight down, no chance for the slipper there, and picks up a boundary. 18 overs gone, it's 64 for no loss. So Gus Miller to continue from the football ground end. Like his action, strong action. Really bangs the ball into the pitch. Leaves nothing in his tank, does he?
Yeah. Working hard for the wicket. Joy Everett. It's just into his 2nd over. Nice and good action he's got.
Yeah, and it's getting into that part of the day, Abid, when the sun is at its apex, so it's getting slightly more uncomfortable. So for him to be bowling this quick, that's a magnificent effort, although he's only into his 2nd over. But it will take a lot out of you. Let's see if his strength and conditioning can live up to the challenge. Look at that slingy action. Very familiar to a certain Sean Tate, current bowling coach of the Pakistan team.
Yeah, he used to bowl absolutely fire.
Yeah, 100 MPH man, Sean Tate. Played plenty of years in the county circle as well, but more of a wide ball player. Did play the occasional test for Australia, but when he was switched on, he was absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, definitely. Pairing up with Dirt Nennis. Remembering him in back in 2010, 2011 and 12. Those were 2 years maybe. They were paired up with Dirt Nennis and Sean Tate. That was the quickest pair Australia had. Nightmares for the batters.
And then their third bowler was a certain Mitchell Johnson. Have a crack at that. Who wants to be an opener against them? Be it white, red or orange ball. Oh, squared him up a bit there, but nicely played in the end. And can you believe it? He's overstepped the mark. So he'll have to bowl that again. Don't think anybody's going to enjoy that at this hour of the day.
It takes a lot at these conditions to bowl, but yeah, overstepping and need to come back, especially for the fast bowlers, to redo that thing and running. A very nice action there.
Yeah, and you can see nicely stepping into the drive as well. Bolston. He's not worried with the short stuff, and he's looking to pounce on anything that's in his range. Confident young batter. I like the makeup. Very compact and very organized indeed.
19 gone, 65 for none.
So Gus Miller to continue from the tennis court end. 65 for no loss. Solid start here for Lancs. Oh, not in control of that one.
Well, it's a learning period for Gus Miller as well. He's up against the Giants. You need to be calm. This 2 days game takes a lot of learnings, and you need to strike and repeat one thing over and over the time.
Absolutely, this is the ultimate format of cricket after all. So just squeeze it away to point. Does well there. This is where you can really examine the batter's technique, his sticker. How does he deal with the short ball? How well organized is he about his off stump? Can he take the heat literally and figuratively? And how long can you last? How patient can you remain and try to execute your plans? Good. Short delivery this time. Nicely adjusted as well.
Yeah, patience is the right word, I reckon, Ahmed. The more you play a Red Bull game, the more you get into the time when you need to understand that you have to have a patience of this game. It's a beautiful game at its best when it comes to the Red Bull in the long format.
Absolutely, it's a blank canvas. You can create it however you like. And look at that, right off the middle. That'll give the batter some confidence and probably deflate the bowler who's trying to bowl quick.
Yeah. To see that lovely red cherry. So Got Miller into the attack. Just a front foot shot, a dot ball. So 20 overs gone, 65 for none. Joining me in the comm box, it's Rob Jones. Welcome to the comm box, Rob.
Thank you very much.
So a lovely tour for you guys. Enjoying city side sitting also in the city tours.
Yeah, Dubai is brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, we've had a great time. I think we've learned a lot. Like we've been here, we come here most years, and obviously we know what the ICC is all about. It's brilliant facilities, and yeah, we've had a great time. So hopefully we can finish the tour well with a couple of 2 days here, which is always good, and then kick on into the season in the summer. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, how do you find it? It's in Dubai, how easy it is to play, and the pitches.
Yeah, I think they are slightly different than back home, aren't they? This one today looks a bit tennis bally, looks a bit slow and bouncy, but the lads are playing really well here. So yeah, I think the nets are slightly slower as well, which is good. I think it's good preparation for the season when they're slightly slower. Obviously, when we go back to England, normally in April they are slightly slower. So yeah, I think it's good prep for us, and yeah, looking forward to it.
A big season ahead of you guys.
Yeah, obviously we finished second in the county championship last year, which was a bit unfortunate. We lost to Warwickshire in the Bob Willis Trophy as well at the last game of the year, so hopefully we can go one better and win it this year. That'd be really, really good. Yeah, we're going to push as hard as we can. It's a big season for us, a big season for everyone, so hopefully we can push really hard for that number one spot and win the championship.
A very much deserving team, Lancashire. Yeah, indeed. Making out, and it's kind of a relief to be after not post-COVID exactly, but yes, we're just back into the contest where last time Lancashire toured here, it was back, pre-COVID, and now after this COVID, when pandemic hit the world, the tours was just cut down. It's really glad. We are happy to have you guys in the UAE.
Yeah, last time we were here was 2019. Obviously we had 2 years of COVID, which was unfortunate for everyone around the world, that we couldn't really travel and get abroad for pre-season. So it's always nice to be in the sunshine, but it's a little too hot for us all. It's 36, well, is it supposed to be 36, 37 today, which obviously we're not used to, and when we get back home it's not going to be that warm. It'll be probably 10 degrees, something like that, but it's always good to be out in the sunshine.
Yeah, at the moment, both these batters are looking very solid. And George Balderson is just something special that you guys got.
Yeah, Baldy's a great young player. He's a very good all-rounder, solid left-handed batter, like you're saying, a great right-arm seamer. So his bowling is brilliant in English conditions. Always hits the seam, nips it both ways. And obviously he's a very, very talented young batter as well. I think the one thing that's the most impressive about Baldy is his temperament. Even though he's 21, he's got a seriously good temperament. He's got a great head on his shoulders, and he takes the game on. He's not shy of a challenge as well, which is a great credit to him. And I think that's what you always look in a young player is how they not so much are technically, but how they are mentally from a young age, and that gives him a massive advantage going forward. So I'm sure, like you say, he had a great start to his career last year and the year before, so hopefully he can really kick on for us this year and contribute with bat and ball.
Yeah, that's a good find for you guys, isn't it? So it's 21 overs gone, 65 for none. So they're pretty much friendlies. It's no pressure at all. You guys are having a bit of an outing there.
Yeah, it's just like you say, there's a couple of friendlies, 2 days, so it's just getting used to batting on grass again. That's mainly what it's about. There's not much pressure. Obviously it's a game, and we always want to try and perform at our best as much as we can, but at the same time it's just a case of just getting used to batting on grass again and preparing for the friendlies that when we get back home. Obviously we've got 3 friendlies when we get back home, which is Derby, Loughborough again, and Kent. So we've got a lot of time before the season, and obviously this is just the first step of prepping for that. So yeah, like you say, these two are batting brilliantly. Keats is a solid opening batter, and he has been his whole career. So obviously this is perfect for him and perfect for Baldy, and hopefully the batters can get a good run out today and hit some balls on grass.
It will be interesting to see Balderson along with Keaton, because Keaton got plenty of experience. He's got experienced campaigner, been in the domestic circuit for a long time, so plenty to learn for Balderson.
Yeah, I think Keats, like you say, he's been an opening batter his whole career. He's played for England. He's got 2 Test match hundreds in India. He's such an experienced campaigner now. He's getting to 30, so for any young batter coming through to learn for someone like that, we have a few experienced players in this team like him, Dane Villas, Stephen Croft, and on the bowling front we've got Tom Bailey. But for the young batters, it's always good to chat to the older players and see what's worked for them over their years, over their career. So yeah, like you say, Baldy can learn a lot from Keats, even though Baldy's a very solid player. You can still always learn, and you're always learning as a cricketer, so it's great to have a chat just one-on-one or wherever it is, and maybe in the bar over a coffee, or just to get used, just to see what's worked for them over the years.
Yeah, you need a mix of both the wide ball and red ball game, because nowadays there's been a lot of wide ball games around, so just that young boys like Balderson, they need a mix of both. I think when it comes to the longer format, I think this is the best place for him to be.
Yeah, I think he potentially start his career red ball cricket, and I think it's if you can have a solid foundation and a solid technique in red ball cricket, I think you can really expand on that then in white ball cricket. I think if you've got the basics, it's easier to go the other way and actually explore different white ball options. So like you say, he's got the solid foundations of a great technique batting wise, and he can then just look to explore in white ball cricket and try and develop his game that way with maybe a few scoop shots or trying to hit it out the ground for 6. So I think he's got a great career ahead of him and a long career ahead of him, and like you say, he's in the red ball team at the minute, and hopefully then he progresses into the white ball team by developing his game. So he had in the one-day comp last year, he had a good series with bat and ball. Obviously we played a young team there because the format, the 100 was going on, so obviously it gave the young lads opportunities and myself opportunities to play in that 50 over comp back home. So like you say, it's always a case of trying to develop your white ball skills to be the best you can be.
Yeah, Rob, tell us about your preparation about this season. How are you going, and how are you feeling about the form?
Yeah, I feel like I've trained all winter really, really hard, so hopefully I can capitalise on what I've worked on going forward this year, and when I get an opportunity, really take it with both hands. So I've normally started well in the past with my career, so hopefully that can continue and start well going forward into the season. I'm really looking forward to it this year. Obviously we're back to 2 divisions in the county championship, so we're not doing 3 divisions this year. So like you say, every year you get older, the more experience you get a little bit, and the more you learn and grow and become a better player and a better person as well. So yeah, hopefully I can really capitalise on this year and score a lot of runs and make a difference to the team and contribute.
Yeah, and Rob, as you mentioned, the more you know the game, the more you get the experience. But then there's injuries that also, you need to be careful. I'm sure you had the safest hands. But then again, how hard it is to cope with that. Every game you get out of a slight bit of an injury. And how do you cope with the injuries nowadays? These brilliant coaches, and I think the mid staffs are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, like I say, I think the demands of the county season is high, so you're always either playing with a slight niggle, your body's never 100% right, but it's a case of just trying to get your head around that and go out there, and obviously you're not going to be 100% right for every game. So yeah, like you say, it's just a case of getting on the field and getting it done and trying to get warm, get loose. Maybe might have to take a couple of tablets here and there just to get ease the pain a little bit wherever's hurting. But the boys put a hard shift in during the winter and get really, really fit in the gym and do a lot of running. So that does stand us in good stead going forward. That sustains us for 6 months.
Good delivery, targeted on the pads. Just a single coming in. They're going pretty well, I reckon. Their achieved run rate is 3 runs and over. I think you guys will be happy to achieve that.
Yeah, like you say, to openers, it's just a case of having a look early on, see what the ball's doing, assess the pitch, assess the conditions, and try and feedback that to the rest of the lads. I think the openers have done a fantastic job here, going at threes and obviously putting the bad ball away, and that's the key. Blocking the good balls, putting the bad balls away, is keeping it as simple as that, really. So yeah, the lads are going really well.
Well, Joe Everett just takes a pose on while he jumps before he releases. He's got a good action.
Yeah, he looks strong at the crease, this lad. I've never obviously seen him before, but yeah, he's getting it down at decent pace here. So obviously the ball's got a bit slightly older, so might be not as doing as much as what it was doing early on in the innings, but he looks like he's bowling pretty nicely, this fella.
It's the wicket that is troubling. And they're not getting wicket here. And this conditions that I think the batters will also get a good of bounce of the spinners. Will have a good experience to play the spin bowling here. This surface and these grounds, gives a lot of assist to the spinners.
Yeah, obviously we've not seen any spin yet in the innings so far. So I think it's a case of having a look. And then just, like you say, getting the feedback from Keats and Baldy and seeing what the spinners are going to do. If it's spinning, if it's bouncing a little bit more than it should, then we just got to find out that and then relay the information and communicate within the lads.
Yeah, we've come to know that you guys was just doing the practice indoor now. It will be surprising for you guys to get going and all of a sudden being in the heat, burning heat from the indoor. See, I'm sure you guys must be having this thing in your mind. It's 23 gone, 17 for none, looking very solid. It's time for the drinks break.
Oh, nicely pulled away this time. Nobody out there at square leg. And easy pickings for Keaton Jennings. Just sat up, asking to be punished. And he's tucked it away for 4. Glorious shot.
Yeah, I just opened the face of the blade at the right time, just bringing in. Look at that. Just timing is the key where Jennings is best at. Yeah, lets that go outside off. A good decision there from Keaton.
Indeed, and wonderful conversation with young Rob Jones. You two seem like fast buddies there, Abid.
Well, I like him. He's a very talented young man. We had an interesting conversation earlier when in the T20 games when he was got by Aditya Shetty. And I was lucky enough at the mid of the innings we had a lovely conversation when he was talking about that he just didn't reach to the ball of Aditya Shetty.
Yeah, he's had a brilliant start to his T20 career. Averages just below 40. But he's really focused on his red ball cricket. That's a very good sign for the Red Rose. Big appeal this time. The umpire having a think about it, but he's signaled it's just perhaps pitching outside or sliding down. And it's been a rare appeal. But that's some good bowling. Better bowling this time. Ali Frost there, getting the ball to just beat the bat. It has been tough going for the Loughborough boys, but they're going about it the right way.
There's been a couple of opportunities that was put down. It'll be a long day for you if you just give a life to batters like Keaton Jennings and Balderson. The meantime, 24 overs are up, 75 for none.
.75 for no loss then. Keaton Jennings and George Balderson looking very, very solid indeed. Gus Miller still pegging away, working hard, searching for that opening breakthrough. But Keaton is looking in very, very ominous touch indeed. Nicely tucked away towards square leg. Perhaps the chance for a run out, but he's made it quite safely there. Difficult to hit the stumps from there, off balance.
Yeah, you just got one stumps to aim at. You need to be pretty accurate. So 99 times of you'll miss it, but just that's 1% chance of getting it right there, and that is the moment where the batter is having his curtains.
It's been a good spell from Everett though. Only conceded 13 runs in his 4 overs. 12 runs rather, till that single. Once again, nicely tucked away. There is a deep fine in place, so not going to pick up 4 here. But you can see anything that's on middle and leg, it's being managed very comfortably indeed.
Yeah, but a bit of a pose and a jump similar to Mitchell Johnson for him rather than the Sean Tate. Yeah, similar that jump gets that extra pace for him. Typical. And loves to see him bowling.
Yeah, open-chested action there. Just creates some room to get his slingy arm through. Oh, good bounce there, but safely negotiated. And he's bowled these overs right on the trot, so he's really giving it his all here.
Still managing to get good fight and good bounce and the pace for Joe Everett. I'm kind of liking his action more and more the more he goes. Look at that. Keep an eye. He takes that kind of a backhand just like Mr. Johnson if he's a right arm bowler.
But Keaton Jennings, well, he's been there, done that, seen it all. Looking rock solid, 30 of 79. So he's definitely digging in for a big score. And just the start that Lancashire would have liked on their pre-season tour. Look at that. Right behind the ball, bat and pad together. No way the ball is sneaking through that. It's like a drawbridge coming down. 25 overs have gone by, 77 for no loss.
A solid defense there. Ali is just bowling at the right channel. The Balderson is just kind of played a lot of deliveries now. He's also settled there. It will not be easy to get him out so easily.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get a bit of reverse going, but it looks quite unlikely. It's a very lush outfield. Nicely flicked away. Deep fine leg giving chase. Does well, but they will scamper through for 2. Good take by the keeper as well. But anything on the leg side, and they're very happy to just cash in.
At the firm touch. Good pick and throw. Good from the fielder. The long sessions they're having this.
Yeah, it's quite a stern examination of the Loughborough lads as well. Oh, bit of extra bounce there. Nicely negotiated by Balderson. It's been an excellent, rock solid opening stand, and like Rob mentioned earlier, they are giving opportunities to Balderson in the red ball format. High expectations, and so far he definitely does look the part.
Good shot there. Just timing it beautifully. These young boys are still energized. Just bowled over 25 overs so far, and this heat condition, it's still looking very much entrusted for the wicket. It's a challenge within.
Absolutely. Challenge is just the right word to use, Abid. You're testing yourself against proper professional cricketers. And look at that. How easily has he placed that behind square. Just manipulating the wrists and picking up an easy 2.
Well, just keep going there and they'll reach any time 100. And 100 opening partnership is always as good as you would like to have the start of.
Oh, that's a quick bouncer. Caught him unawares. Keeper flung himself to his right. Excellent bowling there by Ali Frost. Young Balderson was certainly not expecting that. Given as buys though.
Yeah, seems everybody missing that one. It was the Jaffa. Surprisingly, look at that. Just tucked it down there, George Balderson at the right time, and the keeper even missing it. That would be the end of over number 26, 83 for none. So yeah, we were waiting, and as I was having a conversation with Rob Jones earlier, we were waiting for the spinners to come into the attack, and there you go, we have the spinning attack for the first time in the day. And now it will be interesting. The spinners has been introduced after 26 overs, so the best of the shiny conditions and the new ball is being just taken out. And now a new challenge for Keaton Jennings and George Balderson to go against the spinners. The spinning have just started proceeding, Ahmed.
Yeah, interested to see if he can get some action on the ball here. And it's going to be a challenge trying to pry out Keaton Jennings, because he's very, very good against spin. That's his strength.
Yeah. Oh, a slight bit of an appeal there. I think that there was a bat and ball. Straight away looking for runs there, Jennings.
Yeah, he won't let the spinner settle in at all. He'll bring out all the tricks. Those paddle sweeps, reverses. And then if you overpitch, he'll bash you through mid-wicket. Immediately on the move. Immediately challenging the spinner. Square leg out there. Will tag this down, but they'll pick up two quite easily here. And it's quite remarkable for a tall lad who grew up in South Africa. He's so good against spin, Keaton Jennings. So George Tate, let's see how George v George, Tate v Balderston. Let's see how the young lad goes against spin. And as you would expect, absolutely solid.
Not bad at all. 27 overs past, 88 for none.
So Ali Frost to continue from the tennis court end. And Keaton Jennings is continuing to look very, very good out there. Textbook front foot defense.
Yeah, only one spinning option, no two changes up. Only one change in the spin department. Where George State is operating from the football stadium end.
Down the leg side this time. Excellent take by the keeper. It's young Brewer out there. He's flung himself around a bit, hasn't he, Abid?
Yeah, he did well. It's just that both these batters have really digged in well. Jennings giving, surprisingly, I was expecting maybe George Wallace will give a couple of chances, but yeah, it was the other way around. The experience Keaton was being put down a couple of times.
Yeah, the chances have been few and far between. And you can see the Loughborough boys furiously working away, trying to get a shine on that ball. Ali Frost, meanwhile, has bowled a decent spell, only 11 runs conceded. And once again, anything on the legs is tucked away with a lot of control. That deep fine leg fielder has been fairly busy.
Yeah, indeed, kept it very busy that because they had Olive Frost is targeting the pads more often, maybe trying to get a wicket here just before lunch.
Yeah, I think they've realized that this pitch, that green tinge on it is quite deceptive. They're not getting a lot of movement off the deck. So just trying to bowl wicket to wicket, keep it tight. Oh, this time, just as I say it, the ball misbehaves. And nicely controlled. They will pick up a single.
And you need to understand these wickets. As I was having word with Rob, he said that he'll be waiting for the kitten come out and to share his experience. That's how they learn, and that's what they've been up to. They just learn from each other.
Yeah. 8,000 plus runs in first class cricket. And you can see why. Looks absolutely unruffled. Nothing is bothering him out there. 28 overs gone by. 90 for no loss. Well, that will be the end of the morning session then. 28 overs completed. And the opening stand is looking very, very solid and resolute indeed. 90 for no loss. 36 not out is Keaton Jennings. And right behind him is young George Balderson at 35. The Loughborough lads have diligently toiled away, but not getting much reward. There was a catch put down of Keaton Jennings. But other than that, they've looked in very, very good nick indeed. Tough work out there for the Loughborough boys. But they've given a solid effort. So let's take a look at the highlights of the first session then. Immediately you could see there was something in the air and off the deck, but anytime they strayed down the leg side, Jennings and Balderson were in complete control. This was a lovely attempted delivery there. This was a nice shot. The first boundary of the day cracked away behind point. In complete control, Jennings. And that solid punch. Good fielding at mid-on. Just squirting away from him and then eventually running down the hill. And anything on the pads, well, both batters looked very proficient. No deep square leg in place. Excellent clip off the pads. So once they realized they were not getting anything off the deck, they tried to bowl a lot straighter. This was nicely glided between the slip cordon and gully. Very quick outfield indeed. No chance for the fielders at all. Gus Miller, Joe Everett, Ali Frost, they all kept plugging away. This was one shot slightly out of control from Balderson, hit in the air. Thankfully, nobody at gully there to snaffle it up.
Yeah, there'll be a mix-up day for both these batters. Just two chances, both of them going down from Keaton Jennings, but then George Balderson looked unstoppable with his drives. He's been really doing fine job with the bat. This was a brilliant delivery that was just extra bounce, and again not in so much control. Jennings getting some boundaries. That's been very good first session. It's been excellent batting display from both the batters, and the bowlers were just managing to get some extra bounce from the surface. Really good work between the bowlers. Ali Frost tried his every bit just to get the wicket, but just could not manage to get anything on it. So it's 90 runs on board. We're just having a lunch break. We'll be back in shortly. It will be a 40 minutes break, and we have got a lot of entertainment for you guys. Just keep sitting next to your screen. You'll see plenty of interviews and a lot to offer.
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
There is a bit of swagger and excitement.
Now this crowd has started to liven up.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
There is a bit of swagger and excitement.
Now this crowd has started to liven up.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular.
And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
When we
has started to liven up.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
how Emirates have supported us on our journey. You go back to 2012, the club had lost 9 million in 4 years. The development programme was under legal action. The club had no money, and a club of 150 years, 7 years standings had never been in that position. It was. Emirates supported our vision back in 2013, and we sold them a vision because it wasn't a reality. We sold them a vision that was, this is where we want to take Lancashire Cricket, and we want to take Old Trafford to become Emirates Old Trafford. And actually, that to us is going to be much, much more than a name on a stadium. And Emirates bought into that. They supported us at a time when we were selling a dream, and we're into that dream. And now we have a 60 million redeveloped stadium. We're about to knock down the Red Rose building and do a 100-bed extension and members' facilities. And Emirates is a key part of that. The money that they've invested in the club year on year for the last 10 years has absolutely, without doubt, helped us to be the club that we are. So Emirates are massively important. And then quickly, from a women's programme, elite women's sport is at a space now commercially in the UK. It's really starting to take off. From a commercial perspective, men's elite sport is a very saturated and mature market, and you can get certain gains, but from an accelerated commercial value perspective, women's elite sport really gives you a unique opportunity. And we saw last year with the Women's 100 live on BBC, the platform that provided for some of our women's elite cricketers. Kate Cross hitting the first 6 ever in the 100, that'll be a quiz question in the future. Looking at her doing her ramp shots, although I don't think her brother Bobby taught her those. But the point is, you've got Sports Breaks, who are now the main sponsor, the shirt sponsor of our women's setup, and without Rob Slauson and Sports Breaks, we wouldn't be able to invest as what we do in the women's programme. And Hilton actually invested cash into supporting the women coming out to UAE, and commercial sponsors are now recognising the real value that elite women's sport can provide, and I think that's only going to grow.
Absolutely, as we've seen in the last couple of years. And let's quickly touch on 2022 at Emirates Old Trafford. Tell us what we've got in store this year.
It's going to be a quiet one this year, Warren. We've never had in 10 years 2 one-day internationals and a test match. We've got a full blast programme, and top 4 for the blast: Liam Livingston, Phil Salt, Joss Butler, Tim David. I don't know who goes 1 and who goes 2, 3, 4, but I'm going to go out there and make a big call. I think you're going to struggle to find a top 4 elsewhere in the country that can beat that. And then we've got the 100, and we've got 5 concerts. And I know you're a big Harry Styles fan, but no, it's going to be a very busy year. And on top of all that, we've got construction. So it's the operations team want to kill me, but it's in life, as you know, when you're a player, you've got to keep moving forward. You've got to keep moving forward, because the moment you stand still, that's kind of the end, really. Yeah? And everybody look at why are partners supporting us? Because we're moving forward. We're leading on the women's programme. We're leading on development of the stadium, and now it's very much a case of get involved with Lancashire Cricket and Emirates Old Trafford, and there's fantastic opportunities.
Number 1 in the county championship, the winner of the T20 Vitality Blast, the women winning everything that they can do in women's cricket. That is the baseline that we need to get. Daniel Gidney, CEO of Lancashire Cricket and Emirates Old Trafford, thank you very much for joining us. It's always great to catch up. Don't forget your factor 50. It's about 35 degrees here, and enjoy the rest of your trip.
Thanks, Warren.
And with that, we'll go to another short break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ICCA here in Dubai, here at Sport City. We've had Phil Salt, we've had CEO of the club, Daniel Gidney. Delighted to be to leave the best till last. Delighted to be joined by Phoebe Graham, a new recruit for Thunder. First time in Dubai, Phoebe?
It is, yes, first pre-season tour for me, so really enjoying it, and getting used to this heat.
Great opportunity for the ladies to get out there, show the skills, new conditions, hot conditions. How are they coping up?
It's been great, to be honest, and to also just be playing cricket makes such a difference at this time of year, to practice your skills out in the middle, because we spend a lot of time indoors and it makes a huge transformation to our game to get out there and practice those skills.
If it's anything like the lads team, you spend all that time, as you've mentioned, in the indoor cricket facility at Emirates Old Trafford to get out there on a wonderful wicket, a wonderful outfield. How important is that at this time of the year?
It's so important because I think it really helps with the tactical side of the game as well. Indoor there's only so much you can do, but when you're facing that opposition you go back into performance mode, and that's what the game's all about. So yeah, it's made a significant difference, and I think it'll really help us prepare for the season. Really
interesting that the fact that you've done all your fitness work, all your strength and conditioning, you get out into 35-degree heat and running a 3. Does that prepare you for that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, but bowling...
You've not had to run many 3s at the minute.
Yeah, no. But yeah, bowling, it's been hard work in the heat. And I think, again, it's taking your mind out of those technical things you've been working on throughout the winter and actually getting into performance mode, which is really good to be out here and just practising that.
A great new signing for the Thunder. A new start, a new beginning. New challenges?
Yeah, definitely. It's been good out here leading the attack with the girls and just getting used to the new team dynamic, coaching group, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far.
You're one of the senior members of the team. You've come in as a senior member. It's a very, very young squad that we've got here in the UAE and in Dubai. Are they looking up to you?
I think so. I hope so. I mean, who knows, really? But I think with that, it's really trying to provide clarity to the girls and clear those fuzzy brains, and that's something I'm working on in my own game, but trying to be calm, collective as much as possible.
You've played in the big games, Phoebe, and a lot of the girls have not been into that environment before. I suppose the help that they'll get from you with just little snippets of advice and calming words are important.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been really clear on what your role is, what your plans are, and I know a lot of the girls are still in that sort of technical mindset rather than what is your game, and that's what's really exciting, to be out here and learn where your super strengths are and making sure you're playing to them as much as possible.
Brilliant. We've got an excellent coach in Paul Shaw, who's attention to detail in everything he does. Have you found working with Shawsy?
Yeah, Shawsy's great. Brilliant, because you work on all aspects of your game as well, so it's not just bowling, it's batting, fielding. And yeah, that attention to detail's huge in the game. So yeah, it's been great working with the coaching staff.
Do you know, we talk about the diversity element to the women's game and how it's developed over the last 3 years since the Super League started. This here is a real breakthrough for women's cricket, having the same environment, the same facilities and the same opportunities that the men's team do.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant from that perspective. And I think you can feel the one club mentality from Lancashire, and as a female player that's just elevates a lot of pressures and stresses. A lot of the girls have part-time jobs, full-time jobs to facilitate the cricket, as they're not contracted at the moment. So to have that space for 8 days for us all to grow and develop as a squad and also focus on our cricket makes a big difference, because that's a real privilege for us female athletes that are sort of still trying to get by in a way.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. 3-match series against the UAE team. It's finally poised, 1 game all. Sadly got beat in the last game. Where we will look to improve to try and take the 3rd game?
I think being a bit more clinical with our bowling attack, that's something that we'll work on. And again, with our batting, being really clear on our plans going into bat and having that positive intent. I think there were some real positives to take from the game today. 4 run-outs, really great attitude in the field. So I think it's just keeping the ball rolling forward in the right direction.
Fantastic. Phoebe, thanks very much for joining us. I know you'd be really keen to get out there, and I wish the girls all the very best. I think Thunder are batting first in this last game.
Very good.
One thing's for certain, I think you'll all sleep tonight, back-to-back 2020 games.
100%. Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Heggie.
Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
And with that, we'll go to a short break before we resume the live play.
absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
How Emirates have supported us on our journey. You go back to 2012, the club had lost 9 million in 4 years. The development programme was under legal action. The club had no money, and a club of 150 or 7 years standings had never been in that position. It was. Emirates supported our vision back in 2013, and we sold them a vision because it wasn't a reality. We sold them a vision that was, this is where we want to take Lancashire Cricket, and we want to take Old Trafford to become Emirates Old Trafford. And actually, that to us is going to be much, much more than a name on a stadium. And Emirates bought into that. They supported us at a time when we were selling a dream, and we're into that dream. And now we have a 60 million redeveloped stadium. We're about to knock down the Red Rose building and do a 100-bed extension and members' facilities. And Emirates is a key part of that. The money that they've invested in the club year on year for the last 10 years has absolutely, without doubt, helped us to be the club that we are. So Emirates are massively important. And then quickly, from a women's programme, elite women's sport is at a space now commercially in the UK. It's really starting to take off. From a commercial perspective, men's elite sport is a very saturated and mature market. And you can get certain gains, but from an accelerated commercial value perspective, women's elite sport really gives you a unique opportunity. And we saw last year with the Women's 100 live on BBC, the platform that provided for some of our women's elite cricketers. Kate Cross hitting the first 6 ever in the 100, that'll be a quiz question in the future. Looking at her doing her ramp shots, although I don't think her brother Bobby taught her those. But the point is, you've got Sports Breaks, who are now the main sponsor, the shirt sponsor of our women's setup, and without Rob Slaughton and Sports Breaks, we wouldn't be able to invest as what we do in the women's programme. And Hilton actually invested cash into supporting the women coming out to UAE, and commercial sponsors are now recognising the real value that elite women's sport can provide, and I think that's only going to grow.
Absolutely, as we've seen in the last couple of years. And let's quickly touch on 2022 at Emirates Old Trafford. Tell us what we've got in store this year.
It's going to be a quiet one this year, Warren. We've never had in 10 years 2 one-day internationals and a test match. We've got a full blast programme, and top 4 for the blast: Liam Livingston, Phil Salt, Joss Butler, Tim David. I don't know who goes 1 and who goes 2, 3, 4, but I'm going to go out there and make a big call. I think you're going to struggle to find a top 4 elsewhere in the country that can beat that. And then we've got the 100, and we've got 5 concerts. And I know you're a big Harry Styles fan, but no, it's going to be a very busy year. And on top of all that, we've got construction. So it's the operations team want to kill me, but it's in life, as you know, when you're a player, you've got to keep moving forward. You've got to keep moving forward, because the moment you stand still, that's kind of the end, really. And everybody look at why are partners supporting us? Because we're moving forward. We're leading on the women's programme. We're leading on development of the stadium, and now it's very much a case of get involved with Lancashire Cricket and Emirates Old Trafford, and there's fantastic opportunities.
Number 1 in the county championship, the winner of the T20 Vitality Blast, the women winning everything that they can do in women's cricket. That is the baseline that we need to get. Daniel Gidney, CEO of Lancashire Cricket and Emirates Old Trafford, thank you very much for joining us. It's always great to catch up. Don't forget your factor 50. It's about 35 degrees here, and enjoy the rest of your trip.
Thanks, Warren.
And with that, we'll go to another short break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the ICCA here in Dubai, here at Sport City. We've had Phil Salt, we've had CEO of the club, Daniel Gidney. Delighted to be to leave the best till last. Delighted to be joined by Phoebe Graham, a new recruit for Thunder. First time in Dubai, Phoebe?
It is, yes, first pre-season tour for me, so really enjoying it and getting used to this heat.
Great opportunity for the ladies to get out there, show the skills, new conditions, hot conditions. How are they coping up?
It's been great, to be honest, and to also just be playing cricket makes such a difference at this time of year, to practice your skills out in the middle, because we spend a lot of time indoors and it makes a huge transformation to our game to get out there and practice those skills.
If it's anything like the lads team, you know, you spend all that time, as you've mentioned, in the indoor cricket facility at Emirates Old Trafford to get out there on a wonderful wicket, a wonderful outfield. How important is that at this time of the year?
It's so important because I think it really helps with the tactical side of the game as well. Indoor there's only so much you can do, but when you're facing that opposition you go back into performance mode, and that's what the game's all about. So yeah, it's made a significant difference, and I think it'll really help us prepare for the season.
Really interesting that the fact that you've done all your fitness work, all your strength and conditioning, you get out into 35-degree heat and running a 3. Does that prepare you for that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, but bowling...
You've not had to run many 3s at the minute.
Yeah, no. But yeah, bowling, it's been hard work in the heat. And I think, again, it's taking your mind out of those technical things you've been working on throughout the winter and actually getting into performance mode, which is really good to be out here and just practising that.
A great new signing for the Thunder. A new start, a new beginning, new challenges?
Yeah, definitely. It's been good out here leading the attack with the girls and just getting used to the new team dynamic, coaching group, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far.
You're one of the senior members of the team. You've come in as a senior member. It's a very, very young squad that we've got here in the UAE and in Dubai. Are they looking up to you?
I think so. I hope so. I mean, who knows, really? But I think with that, it's really trying to provide clarity to the girls and clear those fuzzy brains, and that's something I'm working on in my own game, but trying to be calm, collective as much as possible. You know,
you've played in the big games, Phoebe, and a lot of the girls have not been into that environment before. I suppose the help that they'll get from you with just little snippets of advice and calming words are important.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been really clear on what your role is, what your plans are, and I know a lot of the girls are still in that sort of technical mindset rather than what is your game, and that's what's really exciting, to be out here and learn where your super strengths are and making sure you're playing to them as much as possible.
Brilliant. We've got an excellent coach in Paul Shaw, who's attention to detail in everything he does. Have you found working with Shawsy?
Yeah, Shawsy's great. Brilliant, because you work on all aspects of your game as well, so it's not just bowling, it's batting, fielding. And yeah, that attention to detail's huge in the game. So yeah, it's been great working with the coaching staff.
Do you know, we talk about the diversity element to the women's game and how it's developed over the last 3 years since the Super League started. This here is a real breakthrough for women's cricket, having the same environment, the same facilities and the same opportunities that the men's team do.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant from that perspective. And I think you can feel the one club mentality from Lancashire, and as a female player that's just elevates a lot of pressures and stresses. A lot of the girls have part-time jobs, full-time jobs to facilitate the cricket, as they're not contracted at the moment. So to have that space for 8 days for us all to grow and develop as a squad and also focus on our cricket makes a big difference, because that's a real privilege for us female athletes that are sort of still trying to get by in a way.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. 3-match series against the UAE team. It's finally poised, 1 game all. Sadly got beat in the last game. Where we will look to improve to try and take the 3rd game?
I think being a bit more clinical with our bowling attack, that's something that we'll work on. And again, with our batting, being really clear on our plans going into bat and having that positive intent. I think there were some real positives to take from the game today. 4 run-outs, really great attitude in the field. So I think it's just keeping the ball rolling forward in the right direction.
Fantastic. Phoebe Graham, thanks very much for joining us. I know you'd be really keen to get out there, and I wish the girls all the very best. I think Thunder are batting first in this last game.
Very good.
One thing's for certain, I think you'll all sleep tonight, back-to-back 2020 games.
100%. Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Heggie.
Thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
And with that, we'll go to a short break before we resume the live play.
Well, good afternoon everyone and welcome back to the ICC Cricket Academy for this two-day game between Lancashire Lightning and Loughborough University. News from the centre is that Lancashire are batting first today on day one and they have reached 90 for no loss after 28 overs. A very solid start here for Keaton Jennings and George Balderson, looking in very good touch indeed on a greenish track. There hasn't been much on offer for the Loughborough bowlers, and the two openers have looked very good indeed. And joining me in the comm box for this post-lunch session, post-lunch session, pardon me, is Abid Ibrahim. Good afternoon, Abid.
Good afternoon, Ahmed. And looking forward this to brilliant partnership at the top. No wicket fall for the team bowling first. So far, so good between these two batters. Keaton Jennings alongside George Balderson. They are just into their 30s. One is on 36 and the other one is on 35. They're going good. A 90 runs partnership between the two. And a very fresh legs will be out there now just after the lunch break.
Yeah, a much deserved respite for the Loughborough bowlers, but we're back into the action once again. And immediately slashed over the top of the slip cordon. A loose shot there from George Balderson. Streaky, but they all count. Gone for 4 of Will Rogers.
Yeah, outside off, straight into the action. Really don't know what George had in his lunch. He looks very energized. Straight away going for a boundary.
Yeah, just going for that slash behind point, thankfully, over the top of the slippers. And this time, safely letting it go. So, not really an opportunity, but that will give Will Rogers some confidence, perhaps, that he can nick him out.
Yeah, only a 1 over of a spin we have seen. And that was it, only a single over. So I think the spinners will have a role to play. Nicely shipping away from the left-hander.
Yeah, he has a good action for swing, Will Rogers.
Well, I can't explain to you how much I was missing those red lines on the white trouser.
Absolutely. It's a new world altogether the past 2 years in the COVID protocols. Good carry there for Will. So he does get the ball to just kick off a length, as you saw on that hard slash from Balderson. First ball after lunch. But he'll need to switch on here. And Will Rogers, he needs to settle in for a spell of toil and patience.
He didn't bowl bad at all. He's been bowling well. It's just that nice delivery. Just he's unlucky not to have a wicket in his column.
Yeah, these two openers have looked in lockstep. 94 run opening stand. Very good run rate of 3.3 as well. And considering this is the first red ball game that Lancashire have played on this tour, just getting into the flow of things, very confident start. And like Rob Jones mentioned in his chat with you, They finished second in the county championship last season, and they want to go that next step further. First over completed after lunch, 94 for no loss. Nice take by the keeper there. He's looked pretty active behind the stumps. Has had to fling himself around a bit. Max Luckett, the regular new ball bowler, continuing from the tennis court end. Oh, this time tucked away behind square once again. They're going to push for two. They've scored very heavily in that area, haven't they, Abid?
Yeah, it seems more of they're playing on a merit. The bowlers have bowled them on that area. Let's put it this way, Ahmed. The bowlers are targeting the body and the pads of the batters.
Yeah, that could perhaps be the slight criticism of the Loughborough boys. They've strayed onto the pads a touch too often. Need to challenge these two batters outside off, make them drive through the covers. This time rearing up a bit and nicely handled there.
Yeah, a firm push back. Having word with the Keaton there, was saying the wicket was a bit slow, but the ball was coming nicely. There are, I reckon, patches where the ball is getting a bit of pace and bounce.
Well, my suggestion would be to the Loughborough skipper, get the spinner on from one end and just rotate your pacers. Nicely bowled there, encouraged by the slip cordon and the keeper.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Ahmed. Definitely there should be a spin option, but I think a couple of more fast bowling overs we'll see from both the ends, because they really want to use their fast bowlers. And this is the desperateness of a wicket, because they're looking for that breakthrough.
Slight breeze has picked up here in the early afternoon. May help in getting some swing out there. Lovely punch this time, in complete control. And ominous signs here for the Loughborough boys. George Balderson, he's finding the sweet spot with regular occurrence now.
Well, this seems a very interesting contest, where these young boys are really hunting for the wicket. They have been up against the giants.
Only 21 years of age. Oh, just going through the keeper and the slipper there. They will scurry through for a bye. 30 overs have gone by. It's 97 for no loss. Oh, this time down the leg side. Will be tucked away for four. And that will be the 100 opening stand for Lancashire Lightning.
Yeah, effortless there. Not much of a feet work. Just easy picking for Keaton there. Just placed it on drive and just get it finer and finer. No chance for the fielder there, though there was a deep, fine leg, but still out of his reach, way out of his reach.
That will please the head coach of Lancashire Lightning, Glenn Chappell, to no end. And normal service resumes back to his usual off-stump line, Will Rogers.
I reckon even the batters likes to be bowled in that channel outside off, because this is a friendly game where they can test their skills.
They've reduced the slip fielders now. There's a silly mid-off in place. Trying to squeeze that away behind point. So they've realized, well, there's not going to be much action behind the wicket. Let's try to make them drive on the up through the covers. Perhaps could be an opportunity of a mistimed lofted shot.
Well, you need to just keep mixing things up as well, because the game has changed a lot. Even though the red cherry game has been also changed now, and the batters look to play slightly with a more aggressive run rate achieved.
Indeed, and certainly looking forward to seeing James Anderson being part of the Lancashire Red Ball side in the county championship. He had been rested for that series in the Caribbean, so he has a point to prove for the summer coming up. Slashed over the top of the slips once more. That will scream away for 4.
Well, not so convincing. Gets the healthy outside edge, but moreover the result, that what it matters. On 4 runs. Keaton Jennings there.
Moving into the 40s then. So he's come into this pre-season tour with a lot of confidence, a lot of form. Made a 50 in the T20 game versus UAE, and now looking good for a big one here as well. Productive overs here. 35 gone, 105 for no loss. Max Luckett to continue from the tennis court end. This time switching to around the wicket, trying to cramp the batters for room. 39 not out, so George Balderston spending excellent time in the middle out there. He has been earmarked as a very, very promising prospect for the Red Rose, and you can see why. Very skilled, very disciplined. Squared him up a touch there. Nicely bowled. Only conceded 13 runs in his 5-over spell. Steady stuff from Luckett. It's been a steep learning experience here for the Loughborough lads. Budding professionals.
Max is trying every bit to get them a wicket. The 100 runs partnership any day is a good deal. These two batters have really digged in well. They're just going smoothly. Doesn't seem anything stopping them.
Yeah, looking very solid indeed. I still believe that that spin needs to come into the game now. Lovely flick. Bit of a misfield at mid-wicket there. And they will scurry through for a single. You'd be disappointed you didn't find the gap. There's a lot of real estate available. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Just found the fielder there, George. And he moves into the 40s as well.
Yeah, joining his senior into 40s. Oh, nicely driven, straight bat, and the ball is just runs away for 4.
Well, that is the shot of the day from Keaton Jennings. Easy as you like. It wasn't quite a half volley, just meeting it with the full face of the bat, and mid-off and mid-on had absolutely no chance. Glorious.
Well, the straight you play, the beautiful it looks. The Max Luckett. And now this time just digging down. Pushed it back to the fielder. That ends the over number 32. It's 110 for none. A good start for team Lancashire Lightnings. So from the football stadium, and this one is a push from the back foot. The two fielders running behind it, but the ball certainly wins the race. Excellent shot from the back foot. This time, George Balderson. Both of these batters are just getting closer to the 50 runs. Keaton Jennings is on 46, and joining him closer to that on 44 is George Balderson with that excellent backward drive. This time he chose to go to the onside. That was not an ideal delivery. He just somehow got bat on it. No, it's a bye signalling umpire. No involvement whatsoever from the bat and from the keeper also. He lets that go off. That would be freebies down the leg side. Good bowling. Well, that is more like it outside off. The previous delivery where George got 4 runs, the push from the back foot. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the delivery. It was just brilliant shot. Yeah, I think the job is done for the over. They got 8 runs of it. Nothing will be tempting them. Moreover, this game is about the temperament. George Bullison was having word earlier with Rob Jones, as he said that it's all about the temperament, and this young man at the age of 21 has a plenty of temperament. So really good to see the young batters also having at this age a great confidence and the temperament to play a red cherry game. Well, outside off, a dot ball to end the another over. It's 33 gone, 118 for none. Well, those are the unbeaten two batters walking out, retired themselves. They had enough for the day they practice. An excellent show. 46 unbeaten for Keaton Jennings and George Bullison, 44 unbeaten. So now they'll make the way for the rest two players. It's the captain, Dan Villas, will be joined by Bohannon down there. Now the two new pairs. So this means another 6 to 7 overs from the seamers. As the new batters will be looking to settle in for the start of the day. Josh alongside Dan Villas will take on the proceedings. 33 overs gone. Max Luckett from the tennis court end. Yeah, the Max Luckett now will be looking from the tennis court end. The two new batters are Josh Bannon and Bohannon, Dan Willis. There you go. Outside off. Let's that go.
Well, in a sense, they have removed the two batters, retiring themselves out. Excellent stand here. Both looking very, very good indeed.
That's the beauty of the friendlies, where you can got your done day done unbeaten. A good shot there, solidly defended. Josh.
Yeah, he's a very, very exciting prospect, Josh Bohannon. He's been whispered about being selected for England, and you can see why. Excellent first-class average of 44. Solid technique. And Dane Villa as well, he needs no introduction. Seasoned international cricketer. Been the long-term captain of Lancashire. And these two are definitely the backbone of this batting lineup. A lot depends on them. If Lancashire are to take that further step in the county championship, finished second last season, and they'll be looking to go one better. A lot will depend on the form and consistency of these two. More than 20 first-class hundreds to his name, Dane Villas. Oh, was tempted to have a dip at that one, but safely left alone in the end. You can see what Max Luckett is trying to do, just trying to make him have a dip at one. Both batters still on 0, so would be feeling slightly edgy. would like to get those first runs to the name. But he's toiled away. Taking a look at the field, there is a mid-wicket in place. Quite interesting. He's quite close in. So perhaps that clip in the air could have him in some bother. Needs to be careful. And of course the regulation slippers in place, along with the offside ring. Very solidly behind that to conclude the 34th over. It's 118 for none. So Will Rogers to continue from the football ground end. And it will be the captain of Lancashire Lightning, Dane Vilas, facing up. Oh, nice fuller delivery, nicely played as well. And that should be the plan. He does get that natural in-dipper going against the right-handers. So we'll be looking to strike the pad or perhaps even go through the gate. Just doing some gardening out there, Vilas. They would have gotten the message from Balderson and Jennings that the pitch is a touch slow. Nice solid punch towards mid-on. So he's striking the ball quite cleanly already. Plenty to ponder for the Loughborough skipper, Nightingale. Still haven't seen any spin post-lunch. We saw George Tate turning his arm over. Tall off-spinner. Nicely behind it. And this is a good line from Will Rogers as well. Testing his defense, testing that front pad. You'll be sure they'll all be going up if Vilas just misses. Not getting anything he can shoulder arms to. He's having to play every ball with the blade in his hand. This is good bowling. Testing him. And like I mentioned about Josh Bohannon, average of 43.9 in first class cricket. Already had 300s to his name alongside 12 half centuries. And just age 24, so plenty of cricket coming up for him. Squirted away. Past the point fielder. Desperate dive. And so Dane Vilas will get off the mark. He'll breathe a sigh of relief. He did not take part in the T20 game held a few days ago. So finally having a hit out and getting off the mark, no matter which format you play, which game you play, be it a cup final or a pre-season friendly, always feels good. But it's been a good probing over here from Will Rogers. Just beefing up that slip corner for Bohannon. And there is a silly mid-on in place as well for an up-pitch drive. There you can see on your right. Tucked away off the pads to deep square. So Josh Bohannon is underway as well. 35 overs gone, 120 for none. Max Luckett to continue. Stifled appeal there. The umpire is unmoved. Some synchronized appealing there in the slip cordon. It was definitely a speculative shout at best. He's been put through his paces here, Max Luckett. Worked hard, diligently, quite accurate. Looks like he's willing to run in all day. Oh, was on the back foot there, not quite in control of that drive. And beaten all ends up. Good bowling here from Max Luckett. He's testing Josh Bohannon's ticker here. Looking a bit edgy, looking a bit tetchy. Lovely flowing drive there, but straight to the extra cover fielder. Worked away off the pad. Given as leg by, so for now, this battle between Luckett and Bohannon will be paused. But he's definitely tested him out here. It's been a very good spell after lunch from Luckett. Solidly behind that is Dane Vilas. So he looks in. His technique looks in. Good nick. Feet are getting forward nicely. Bat tucked in right next to the pad. Not listed as wicketkeeper in this game. We know he can do that role. Phil Salt penciled in for that. End of the 36th over, 121 for no loss. So Ali Frost, no, it's Will Rogers to continue rather. Oh, squared him up a bit there. So you have to compliment the strength and conditioning and the stamina of these Loughborough boys. It's quite difficult conditions out there, Abid, but they are being put through their paces.
Well, that's what you need to do. I reckon you need to, if you want to make a delicious food, you need to cook it well.
That's one way of putting it, indeed.
Just straight back. Both the batters just got off the mark with a single. So they haven't picked up a wicket. That's a sign of a worry for the young boys. It's not about how much you put your efforts, it's about the result.
Yeah, it's going to be a real education for them. Playing against county professionals, well-seasoned players.
The pure timing, beautifully behind that. Josh Bohannon. Yeah, are pretty much a good contender to be in the English team.
Yeah, he's got a very good first-class record. Bowls a bit of medium pace as well, so could be perhaps not really a batting all-rounder, but he can chip in there as well. As we saw in the T20 game, bowls some medium pace.
Yeah, he's a good all-rounder. So useful. Very well skilled bowler. Yeah, that can be a tricky there because they have a silly mid-wicket.
Yeah, just trying to find a mistimed drive. Certainly working on a plan here, Rogers. But so far, the Lancashire batters have not made a mistake throughout the day, apart from that one dropped catch of Keaton Jennings.
Well, to be honest, they are professionals. They know the game inside out. It will be not easy to knock any batter out of the contest. For these young boys, they need to do something special to get a wicket in reward.
I've been impressed with their consistency though. Definitely well-seasoned young man. Look, a very professional unit indeed. This time he does find the gap at mid-wicket. Three fielders scurrying after it. And that will give Josh Bohannon a lot of confidence. Picks up 3.
Yeah, good running between the wicket as well. That will conclude the over number 37. It's 124. This one is just beats the outside edge and lovely effort from the keeper.
Trying to spear that ball into the pads. Tucked away nicely to mid-wicket, but found the fielder. So he's going through some hard yards here, Max Luckett.
Well, you have to feel for the bowler. The wicket is a bit slow. The fast bowlers will not get what they are actually looking at. But yes, these Max Luckett, Ali Frost, they put a good show. This one targeted the pads, just bringing the bat in front in the right time. Played a glance shot.
Yeah, he's strong off his pads. Does remind me a lot of a previous ace that batted at number 3 for England, Jonathan Trott. You must be familiar with that name, Abid. He made absolute truckloads of runs. Was a fabulous player for them in Test cricket.
Who doesn't know that legend? Pulled nicely all along the ground. Chased for the fielder. Despite being a very quick outfield, he managed to pull things back, cut it out from the boundary line.
Yeah, just dropped it a touch short and Dane Vilas pounced all over it. Fielder at mid-wicket perhaps got a finger nail on it. Not perfectly timed either, but you can see he's looking to counter-attack here, the captain.
Yeah, he got a finger on it, so the ball was a bit slow. Otherwise, that would have been a definite 4. So now, Josh been faced most of the deliveries, and then the captain. It seems now he's getting into his groove. He's just hitting the ball now.
Yeah, looks good. Has taken his time here. 5 of just 20. To be fair to the Loughborough boys, they've bowled very well at him as well. This time straying onto the pad, not finding the gap there. He'll be disappointed to miss out there. 38 overs have gone by. 128 for none.
So there.
Change in the bowling then. Will Rogers has finally been given a break, and it's the offie back into the attack, George Tate. Only the sole over, as you mentioned, Abid. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get something off the deck here. He's coming in from the football ground end. So trial by spin now for the Lancashire lads.
Yeah, that was the end he started his lone over that he's bowled earlier. He'll continue from the similar end. And I think grip the ball well. I think this wicket is much helpful for the spinners. I just don't understand why the spinners has been put out of the attack.
Squeezed away behind point for a couple. Yeah, has a good repeatable action. Flights the ball nicely. Definitely putting some revs on the ball, but hasn't found anything quite so far. But this ball is about 39 overs old now. Let's see if he can get it to just kick off a length here.
Yeah, all you need to do is just give a little bit of an air, flight the delivery, pitch it at the good length, outside off. This was good delivery, targeting the pads, probably looking for that leg before.
Well, he does have a deep square leg in place, so perhaps try to tempt Vilas to go for that slog sweep. Pushed down the ground. They will pick up a single here. Good running.
A risky single, but yes, they did well in the end. Quickly ran into it. Good call between Josh and Dan.
You can see he's furiously working away to get a shine on. Those pants are going to be maroon by the end of the day. And of course, it's a skill to prepare the ball, to get it nice and roughed up on one end, keep the shine on the other side.
Well, I would not call it a skill, I would call it an art.
Absolutely.
It has a lot to do with the in-swingers, out-swingers, seam positions. Which side to keep in and out. Oh, lovely stuff there from the keeper.
He's a live wire indeed. And especially in Asian conditions, you need to know how to prepare the ball like that, because the reverse swing plays such a big role when the ball gets soft.
Yeah, nowadays we see in 20 overs game also the bowlers manage to get the reverse, let alone the big occasions that it says the end of the over number 39. It's 131 for none.
Beautiful settings here at the ICC Academy, and a fascinating game in progress. It's the first two-day game of Lancashire's pre-season tour of the UAE. Of course, you can tune in on the Lancashire Cricket YouTube channel, the live stream going there, and use the hashtag Lancs in Dubai on all the social platforms. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, plenty of content, plenty of exclusive behind the scenes interviews out and about in Dubai, and also some cricket in the middle. That's a perfect vacation, isn't it, Abid?
Yes, trust me, it's a beautiful city to be in. One of the safest places to be around the world. Lovely weather, a sunny weather, and lots of beaches.
Absolutely, and it's become such a hub for international cricket, and it's wonderful to see the Lancashire men's and women's team, the first time in history doing a pre-season tour together. Pulled away off the front foot this time. Deep square is giving chase, and they will just about rein it in. So Dane Vilas, he is looking very confident, boldly just plonking down that front foot and hammering it through mid-wicket. Rude awakening for Gus Miller. Take a look at this shot. Nicely timed. A bit unorthodox, but very effective. So he looks like he has the measure of Gus Miller already. That's much better. Better length this time. And earlier in the week we saw the Lancashire Thunder Girls taking on the UAE in a very well contested T20 series. Lancashire Lightning boys took on the UAE side in a T20 game. That was a thrilling affair. Went down to the final over. And now on to the red ball stuff. Nicely flicked away. Airing, straying down the leg side. Easy pickings. but there is a square leg in place.
Yeah, spot on. So most of the fielders are put on the onside. So they must be looking to trap the batsman in front.
And of course, we did a very unique way of deciding the toss. It had a bit of a quiz contest, and some of those clips, I'm happy to report, have gone viral on Twitter, Abid. So, some fun stuff there.
Yeah, glad to be part of it as well. Well, the question mine was rather a lot easier than yours.
Yeah, mine were pretty tough. But credit to the skipper of Lancashire Thunder, Ellie Threckle, and Chaya Mughal, captain of the UAE women's side. They played along. Meanwhile, Gus Miller is in a contest here with Dane Villas. Entertaining stuff.
Well, I was lucky to have Keaton Jennings alongside Alishan Shafu. That's the end of the 40 overs, 134 for none.
Oh, reverse coming out here. Nicely executed by Josh Bohannon, and he will find the deep point fence. It was just straying down the leg side, but he executed that reverse to perfection. In fact, it was the skipper himself, Dane Villas. So he's pulling out all the shots early in his innings. This time a much more orthodox punch. Hard throw at the keeper, keeping him in the action as well. Taking a look at the field, they've just pushed that mid-on fielder back a touch and a deep square in place. And they've posted a deep cover as well. So a slightly defensive field. There is a short extra cover in place. Swept away nicely. Deep square will come into action. They will pick up an easy 2 here. So Dane Villas is determined to not let any of the bowlers settle here for Loughborough. Especially the 2 new ones. George Tate and Gus Miller. He's looking to dominate. Get that scoreboard moving. Steps out this time, hard drive to mid-off. Oh, a bit of a misfield. That could have been a chance for a direct hit. Just took his eye off the ball there. This partnership has swelled up to 23 between the pair. Nicely manipulated into the gap at mid-wicket by Josh Bohannon. So he's just looking to settle in, while Dane Villas, he's looking to get after the bowlers here, Abid.
Well, to be honest, it's George Tate is not being a very big turner of the ball. What he does, he's trying to skid the ball. The surface will not help you. You need to get with the angle or something. Just get that turn and bounce. Look at that. This one is put on the onside. Chase for the field up. Not having enough fields to run all the way towards the boundary line. Only 2 added. So 41 gone. 144 for none.
So Gus Miller continues from the tennis court end. And he's back bowling to Josh Bohannon. So this will be interesting here, Abid.
Yeah, they'll keep one end with the seamer. I reckon George Tate will have a lot of overs to do. Josh Bohannon is batting there. It's not a very ideal conditions where you can bat. Look at that. Pitch is pretty slow, as we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, it's not been easy for those horizontal bat shots. Even George Balderson, the young opener, couldn't quite time those. It's better to just try to get on the front foot. And when you do get opportunities on the leg side, just deflect the ball behind square. But let's see. That's much more like it. Nicely punched, but straight to mid-off.
That was a little too easy to pick from Miller. Pitched it a lot full. You need to give him a credit. He's bowling his 8th over. Miller. It's not easy with the conditions, with the slow wicket. Just glide it for one.
Yeah, just squeezed onto the leg side there. Bit of oohs and ahs from the fielders. But done relatively safely there. And Dane Vilas, 18 of 21. He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry for the championship to start.
Yeah, it seems that I had long season ahead of Lancashire boys.
Yeah, they'll be gunning for the title. Just finished second. And you can see why. They have two rock-solid openers. Excellent pair in the middle as well. And when you have the likes of Liam Livingstone, Phil Saul, Josh Butler, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson, James Anderson to come into your side, well, you can imagine it's a powerhouse.
Well, indeed, there were huge names that you were taking one after the other. But certainly love the last name, Jimmy Anderson. 42 gone, 145 for none. Sir George Tate will continue. So solid work from Dane and George Bohannon. Both are there just looking for the partnership, and they even probably they'll be having the target set on their mind just to get 100 runs partnership for each.
Well, they'll definitely need to would look to come close to what Keaton Jennings and George Balderson did. Get a meaty partnership together. This one has gone up to 27 runs so far. And another name I forgot to mention was Luke Wells. Very, very experienced. Came over from Sussex for last season. Very, very solid player indeed.
And they picked up good overseas players as well.
Indeed, Hassan Ali is going to be joining Lancashire. So he'll enjoy bowling at Old Trafford, that hard deck. And also has something on offer for the spinners as well. So it's a big season for Matt Parkinson as well. He's just on the verge of getting his England cap. Already played ODIs and T20s, I believe. Just a matter of time before he breaks through in the test side as well. And we also have the likes of Jack Morley, Tom Hartley, very, very talented bowlers, Luke Wood, and of course Jake Blatherwick, Danny Lamb as well. A lot of talent all around the squad.
Yeah, looking a solid team, looking promising. And just having word with Rob, he was very confident about lifting the title for this season.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible. This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Right then, back after a drinks break here. 43 runs, 43 overs gone by, 145 for no loss. And joining me in the comm box for a bit of a chat is Lancashire Lightning's very own Luke Wells. Good afternoon, Luke. How are you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, very well, thank you. Thanks for welcoming me on.
Well, we've been watching you furiously doing laps around the oval. How many have you done so far?
I think I'm well into the 20s at the moment.
So you've got your eye in now.
Exactly. Under doctor's orders. Just jarred my back slightly the other day. Nothing too serious, but yeah, our physio Sanburn it's making me do a lot of laps.
Lovely slash over the top of the slippers from Dane Villas. Well, he looks to be in T20 mode already, Luke. What's going on here?
No, this is just the way Dane plays. He's a proactive batsman. He looks to put the fielders under pressure with his running. Always looking to score. Really, really busy player. He'll never let the bowler settle. So it's just how he goes about his business. And, you know, he's one of the best in the game at it, to be fair.
Well, of course, Luke, we know you spent basically your entire life at Sussex and then came over a season or so ago. So how did the Red Rose lads welcome you in the locker room, and how difficult was it, or easy was it adjusting to playing for another county?
No, they were great. You know, to be honest, when I moved, I got injured basically straight away. I'm not always injured, I promise you. But
that's not from what I've seen.
Yeah. No, I did quite a bad hamstring injury almost the first week I turned up. So I was always playing catch-up to try and get fit for the first game of the season. And bizarrely, you know, the first game of the season was due to be, oh, it's a great shot from Dane.
Ah.
It might be the first 6.
Well, are we in Dubai or are we in the Caribbean?
It's a great
Bit
shot,
of a
man.
calypso swivel pull there from Villas. Absolutely smashed.
He's obviously in fine form straight away. It doesn't take long to get going, Dane.
Bit like yourself in your when you're really seeing it, Luke.
Oh, depends. Depends. No, but they welcomed me really well at Lancashire. You know, first game I played. One of the first games I played was against Sussex, actually, down back at Hove, which is a really strange experience. We won the game, and you know, we almost won the title last year, and it was absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's a great club, great stadium, great squad, great lads. So very fortunate to be here.
And what about the conditions, though, compared to your home ground and now as compared to Old Trafford? What were the differences that you had to adjust to?
I think in general it's a better batting wicket. Having said that, though, it spins more. It's probably a better all-round surface. Although having said that, a lot of the pitches at Hove were pretty good as well. They varied more, though, I'd say. Varied more than Lancashire. So you know what you're going to get at Old Trafford most of the time. So not too much, but I suppose in the net and in practice, you know, getting used to facing Jimmy Anderson on a regular basis, and, you know, Saqib Mahmood. I mean, the spinners of Matt Parkinson, Tom Hartley, Jack Morley. I mean, we've got an unbelievable bowling attack.
And that young lad we saw that day, Jack Blatherwick, he looked very, very skillful indeed. Looks very quick.
Yeah,
to get
quick.
that kind of bounce on that surface at the sevens. He's got some gas about him, doesn't he?
No, he's a proper bowler. I mean, he's got pace. He can swing the ball. He's an unbelievable athlete. That's another thing that really marks our squad out, to be fair, is our athleticism and fitness. I mean, during the winter, the guys put in some unbelievable hard yards, which I think shows when we're out in the field, and it shows on days like today when it's really hot. You know, touch wood, yet to lose a wicket yet, and guys running hard, putting the fielders under pressure. Bowlers will be running in tomorrow hard. You know, we've got Liam Hurt as well, he bowls fast. Luke Wood will be charging in. I mean, we've got a lot of pace. We've got a very balanced attack, left arm, right arm.
And then you're adding a certain Hassan Ali in the summer. That's going to be fun too.
Exactly. I mean, the competition for places, especially in the bowling department at the moment, and in the batting, but in particular in the bowling, is quite incredible when we've got Hassan Ali, Jimmy Anderson, Tom Bailey, Saqib Mahmood, Luke Wood, Danny Lamb. I mean, I'm missing guys out. Jack Blatherwick, Liam Hurt, George Balderson. Haven't even mentioned him.
Well, you do need this kind of massive squads if you are to contend for the title, don't you? Tell us a bit more about the grind of county cricket. Take us behind the curtain.
No, it's true. It really is. You know, it's hard. I mean, if you look at the schedule, we don't stop from now, really. You know, we get back. We have a couple of days off. We have a 2-day friendly at Derby, a few days off, travel down to Kent, and then the season just keeps going until the end of September. And obviously you need that squad rotation because to expect the same 4 or 5 bowlers to do all the work all season in all formats is just impossible. So we're very blessed to have such a big squad, such an unbelievably talented squad in all formats of the game. So when it comes to the crunch in late September, like last year when we were competing for the trophy, you know, we still had guys that were fresh enough to go out and do the job. So it's obviously going to be really important again this year.
And of course, we know all about Dane Villa's 20-odd first-class hundreds. That's a big hit down the ground, skipping down the wicket, and George Tate has been smeared. And it's gone all the way for the first maximum of the day. And this man, Josh Bohannon, there's a bit of chatter about him as well, considering for a 3 Lions call-up I'm hearing.
Yeah,
very talented.
He's a fantastic player, Josh. You know, I didn't know him very well before I moved last year. I knew that he already averaged 40 when I turned up last year. But I think one thing that he wanted to work on was his amount of hundreds and his ratio. Last year, I think he got 3 or 4. A big 170 against Warwickshire. He was our leading run scorer last year in the championship. Averages about 47 in the first class game. He's a terrific prospect. I think there's a statistic, although he told me, I haven't fact checked it. Apparently,
well, are you saying he might not tell the truth?
Well, I don't know.
Occasionally?
I think apparently he's never been out in his first 20
ever in his life.
Ever in his life, ever. In his first 20 or 30 balls of his first class innings, he's never been out, which is quite phenomenal.
Well, that's interesting because he looked very edgy out here in the first 20 deliveries. Yeah. But then he's just switched it on, and now he's looking to punish these young Loughborough lads. And looking in fine stead indeed. Taking a look at the score, it's 166 for no loss after 45. So they've just put the pedal down a little bit. And looking in pretty good touch. So tell us more a bit about your off-season. You were telling us you did a lot of strength and conditioning work in the winter. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, I think, well, we sort of have October off. Our fitness coach, Tom Webster, has our October's off, and then we're back in second week of November, and we're in every single day. I mean, we do 3 sort of heavy weight sessions a week, 2 running sessions a week, plus core sessions every day. I mean, some of the running he's got us doing is unbelievably difficult, running around the track at a local track near Old Trafford, and it's fairly relentless all the way through to now, really. Fitness testing 3 times in the winter. Once when you turn up after you've had your month off. Once just after Christmas, just to make sure that they get you when you're at your potentially biggest. And then once at the end of pre-season, just before we came out here, you know, talking 2-kilometre time trials, 20-metre sprint times, jumps, skin folds. They really do test you on every aspect of your fitness, and I think we're usually right up there in the country in terms of one of the fittest squads.
Good hard chase from the Loughborough lads there. They will pick up 3 though. Once again, Dane Vilas is not taking any prisoners at all. And of course, switching from Sussex, a celebrated county, but wearing the red rose on your chest, that must be a bit of pressure. So much history, glorious history of such an elite county. At least one can say the royalty of the English domestic scene, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it was an unbelievable move for me. You know, I've got big family connections at Sussex. You know, my dad and my uncle both played there, so I was very attached to the club. So to move was a big thing. It didn't finish the way I wanted it to finish at Sussex, but that's old history now. But yeah, to move into Lancashire, I mean, such a strong team, like we just talked about. You know, playing with the likes of Jimmy Anderson, and you know.
Well, he's going to be hanging around a little bit more these days.
Will be. And he'll feel like he's got another point to prove, even though he's got absolutely nothing to prove to anyone. He'll have the bit between his teeth, I've got no doubt. And
I don't think you want to face him in the nets just like a couple of weeks before the English summer starts proper.
He'll be raring to go, and just in general, the whole squad. I mean, obviously it's a big stadium. You know, it's a big club. You know, big sponsors. You know, Emirates, Hilton, all these guys. You know, bigger budgets, and with all that comes more pressure, more expectations, etc., etc. But I'm fortunate to have been around for quite a long time now, so I think I managed to take it well enough in my stride.
You're a grizzled veteran now.
Apparently, 31 years old. Yeah, this is my 14th season.
That's unbelievable,
so
really.
I've played a lot of cricket already. but still feel fit. All the part from my back, minor niggle, but still feel fit. I'm just loving being here with the guys. It's such great fun with them as well. You know, they work so hard, but they know how to have a good time as well. So, no, we've got a really good balance at the moment.
And well, of course, Lancashire are returning to the UAE after 2 years. The first time. Oh, has he been caught behind? Yes, he has. At long last, some success for the Loughborough boys. Dane Vilas poking at one of Gus Miller, and a safe catch taken behind the stumps. So some reward for some hard yards for these lads. Let's take a look at that. Just poking at it. And easy as you like from the keeper.
I'm just wondering if he actually has nicked that. You know, I think he's just changing his bat.
Oh.
But to be honest, he did look really guilty. It did look like he nicked it, but I was thinking it was very muted celebrations for the caught behind. That was obviously really close to the outside edge, but he just pulled his bat out of the way in time.
You foxed us there, Dane. Nicely done. I think Luke was switched on, though. I had completely gone up in enthusiasm, but, well, that's all the fun and games of preseason, isn't it, Luke?
It's hard work for Loughborough out there, you know. I think they missed a chance earlier of Keaton Jennings, and that's basically the only opportunity they've had so far. So, sort of when they produce a play and miss or a full shot, you know, out there in this heat, they're going to get all excited about it.
Is it a tactical back injury for you here then?
Oh, not at all. I'd much rather be batting. You know, much rather be out there. I think it's only a minor, only be a few days, and I know we've got a lot of warm-up games when we get home as well. So I'm not concerned about it. I'll be right as rain in a couple of days.
Well, you did take part in that T20 game, and it was absolutely boiling there as well.
It was.
So give us a glimpse at that. Just a slight one, not too much graphic detail.
Oh no, but that's where I did my back. I was just running for two and stretching back to get back in the crease, and my bat jarred in the ground, and I was running for the two, and then that's where I felt sort of my back go. But I wasn't too sure what had happened. Tried to hit the next ball for six, but obviously didn't have the power and got caught. But no, it was a good run out for the guys. No, to be honest, probably T20 isn't our probably focus right now in this stage of the season. Oh, there goes Dane again. Big slog sweep.
Good fielding on the boundary there.
Yeah, he's putting this young spinner under a lot of pressure. And it's going to be a good test for these guys playing against such a. I know that's the thing about Lancashire. They're such good players to spin because they play on turning wickets all the time. So very little margin for error.
Well, we know what you've done in the pre-season, in the off-season, and what you've done in the middle of the park. But what else have you guys been up to on this tour? Is there something that you'd be willing to share?
Oh, no. No, listen, we've been really, really spoilt this trip. Staying at the Conrad Hotel on Shakeside Road, beautiful hotel. And obviously it was the full club trip. We had the women's team out here. Obviously we're out here. I mean, I know the CEOs and the marketing guys have been out here. We've had
the chairman. I had a chat with him a couple of days ago as well.
We've had Warren Hegg and Becky and Tom, who are in the partnerships team out here looking after our sponsors and partners. So I mean, it's been a really big trip. As Dane hits another four through a wicket.
Well, he is absolutely racing along now, 39 of 39. It's 178 for no loss as he's really piling it on. Big full toss. You would have enjoyed one of those. Good back or not.
Can't say no to a full toss, that's for sure. He's just turned that into a full toss, hasn't he? Using his feet, really quick feet. Yeah, but you know, the guys, I know they went to the JBR, Jumeirah Beach yesterday, and they're on the little water activities they got there, and relaxing by the pool, and
but you're a family man, so no naughty business certainly.
Yeah, well, the guys, they know how to have a drink, but the fact, I think the cost of the beer out here maybe put me off a little
exorbitant to say the least.
It is pricey, that is for sure.
Well, that's where the sponsors come in.
Exactly. No, it's been a great trip.
47 for no loss. 47 overs gone, 178 for no loss. Josh Bohannon, 19 of 44. As Gus Miller continues here, he is plugged away diligently. And a bit of extra bounce, bit of reverse, a hint of reverse there as well. But this surface, it looks like an absolute carpet. But when you get out there, there's no seam, no turn, nothing at all.
Yeah, I spoke to
Pretty deceptive.
Spoke to Keaton Jennings when he came off the field, and he said early on it felt like the ball wasn't coming on as well as he thought it might. A bit tennis ball bounce. I think as the sun's baked it, maybe it's hardened it up a bit, and he said it's coming onto the bat a lot better now. So I don't think it's getting worse, this pitch. And you know, we've still got the likes of Phil Salt and Rob Jones, and these guys are in the shed still to come in. So I don't think the scoring rate is going to slow down.
It's not coming down any time soon, especially if Rob and Salty get going, for sure. And of course, Joss Butler as well.
Yeah.
One of those. When are we going to see him back in action?
It's actually a good question.
At the club?
I don't know, to be honest. Obviously,
Well, I was hunting for a scoop, but you put it to bed quite early.
I don't have anything to say. Honestly, I have no information. But obviously, I know he did a finger injury or something like that. So, but I'm not sure what his availability is like for the 4-day cricket at the start of the season. We'll just have to see whether he's going to be available for start the T20 or not.
He's a rather posh lad as well, isn't he? He sounds like he's right out of Buckingham Palace, doesn't he?
Joss, yeah, he's a Somerset boy, I think. I think he went to King's College in.
There you go then.
Taunton. I'm pretty sure he did. Maybe wrong.
Speaking of Somerset, you got a ton against them last season.
Yeah.
What did that feel like?
Oh, you know, that was a really good
Because that's
day.
a very good side. Very, very good side.
Yeah, Somerset, you know, they're a good team, and that was at the stage of the season where it had changed into... It was a bit complicated last year, the format.
Yeah.
But basically it changed into Division 1, Division 2, Division 3, and we were pushing for that Division 1 title. So it was a really important game, and yeah, it was my first 100 for the club, having had a 97 or 98 not out at Headingley in a game that got washed out in bizarre circumstances in the middle of the season.
Always helps to endure yourself to the fans when you spank the Yorkshire lads.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, after being stranded on 97 not out for 2 days, to then finally get that first 100 off my back was a really great feeling, big relief, and just the feeling of contributing to, at the time, a potential championship winning season was just was great. So we just fell short in the end by just a couple of points on the last day of the season. But overall, it was an unbelievable season for us.
Well, how does the dressing room deal with that when you get so close and then just fall short? Does that feed your hunger, or does it leave you a bit down and dispirited for a while?
It definitely leaves you down and dispirited for a while. I think that was the story of our season. I mean, you know, I don't think it's wrong of us to say that we're probably one of, if not the best all-round squad in the country. I've no shame in saying that. You know, we got to the quarterfinals of the T20, lost against Somerset away at their place. Could have easily won that game if we just got a few more runs, but they played well. We missed out by less than a point in the 50-over competition in the heartbreaking circumstances against Essex. They needed 21 of 4 balls, and Simon Harmer hit 3 sixes and a 2
I remember that game.
to tie the game. Which
Simon Harmer of all people.
That knocked us out of that competition to get through to knockout stages, and then we lost out on the last day of the season. We only needed Somerset again, our nemesis, Somerset, to bat out the last day for a draw against Warwickshire. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. The likes of Chris Wokes and Liam Norwell caused havoc, and they got bowled out. And Warwickshire deservingly won the championship. And then
I can see you gritting your teeth while saying that.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough because we had such a high the day before. We won by 1 wicket against Hampshire at Liverpool. The most incredible game I've ever been involved in. It was the most nervous I've ever been. If Hampshire won the game, they would have been champions. If we won the game, we obviously had the chance to win, be the champions, and it got down to 2 to win, and 9 wickets down. Dane hit a sweep shot for 4. We won. I mean, wild celebrations in Liverpool. You know, to have that high, only for the next day for all those hopes and dreams just to be crushed. It was tough. There was no doubt about it. But I think it's definitely fed our hunger. You think you miss out by just 2 or 3 points, and you think to yourself this season, right, if we just need those extra 2 or 3 points, and that'll get us over the line. But I mean, there's a long, long way to go before we start thinking about trophies and things like that. You know, you've got to take each game as it comes.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, 181 for no loss. This partnership has swelled up to 64. Dane Vilas looking very sharp indeed. 41 not out of 44. Josh Bohannon just occupying the crease, taking his sweet time as Mo Rizvi. Some leg spin action here from Loughborough. And, well, it's the early afternoon and definitely need to give the paceman a break. Been working very hard. And speaking of working hard, it's been a wonderful conversation with you, Luke. Hope you join us tomorrow as well. Share more memories behind the scenes. And we wish you the very best for the county championship. Bring it home.
Thank you very much. We'll do our best for sure. Cheers.
Thank you.
No worries.
Well, that was Luke Wells with us in the comm box. Fantastic conversation. Meanwhile, fantastic batting here from Josh Bohannon and Dane Vilas, looking very dominant indeed. 49 overs gone. It's 186 for no loss. Well, we're back after the break then. A new bowler being introduced into the attack. Well, what an incredible shot there from Dane Vilas, the skipper. Read the length to perfection and just slapped away off the front foot, disrespecting the Loughborough captain, Jack Nightingale. He won't enjoy that at all. 190 on the board now, Abid.
It's a battle between the two captains. Just outside off. Not a very pacey Jack there. So this kind of military medium pacers would be easy to play, I reckon.
Indeed. And just in our conversation with Luke Wells, who's in here, that's just the way Dane bats. He gets on with the game. He doesn't faff about. Very unorthodox, free-flowing player, Dane Vilas. And it's worked for him. 20 first-class hundreds. Says it all.
Indeed. Yeah, you just can't be doing what you're not made for. If you can really do a runner ball and you're comfortable with it, with a healthy strike rate, why not?
It's been tough sledding for the Loughborough boys. Very stern examination of their fitness, of their strength and conditioning, of their stamina, of their patience. And they'll definitely be better for the experience, I feel. Taking on the big boys, a team that finished second in the county championship. A world-class squad.
Pulled towards the onside. This ball is just cut out in the deep. 2 runs will be added. Yeah, Dan Vilas likes to play aggressive. He's batting well. Good accompanied by Josh Bohannon. He's about half of his score. Whereas 50 comes up for Dan Vilas.
Indeed. The first 50 of the innings. And he's been very enterprising indeed. Well, there you can see the batting scorecard for the Lightning then. 46 of 105. For Keaton Jennings, George Balderston, 44 to his name. And then they both decided to end their innings. And since then, Dane Vilas, 50 not out of just 53 deliveries alongside Josh Bohannon. Well, they've just kept piling on the runs and in quick time as well. So Mo Rizvi to continue here. Bit of leg spin action. That could be one thing that could produce something here. The wrist spinner. Not a lot of attacking fielders given to him though.
Well, I feel this wicket has a lot to offer for the spinners. You need to pitch it at the right line length. But if you see just in front of you, it's Dan Vilas. He's a class.
Yeah, such a good player of spin. Has the reverse sweep, orthodox sweep, paddle sweep, and can always tonk you down the ground if he gets to the pitch of the ball. Never lets you settle in. Nicely cut away by Bohannon this time. He's just looking to anchor the innings alongside his skipper, who's playing his shots.
Well, it's more of a in the blood of the wicket keepers to play these sweep shots, rather. We've seen a lot of wicket keepers and the former teammate of chance of a run out. Big shout to the umpire, and umpire is certainly not entrusted.
Yeah, good reactions from Vilas. Turned back quickly and got back in time. That could have been A close affair. Excellent fielding at extra cover. Let's take a look here. Nicely punched. Fielder was in close. Good dive. And good quick throw. But Dane Villas was alert to it.
It was home. This one hit straight down the ground for 4 runs.
Well, that is pure class and style from the Lancashire skipper. Just hopping down the track and lofting that extra cover fielder. Beautiful shot to conclude the over. 51 overs gone. It's 198 for no loss. So Gus Miller back into the attack then from the tennis court end. Jack Nightingale quickly pulling himself from the attack after that thrashing he got in the previous over. It's been tough going for the Loughborough boys. A real cricketing education, although they're already at uni. This will add to the sporting curriculum. And you can see why Lancashire are highly touted for the title. Rock solid top 4. You also have the likes of Luke Wells, who is joining us in the comm box. He is also going to be slotted into the side. Rob Jones, Phil Salt, a lot of talent and ability. Oh, could have perhaps chopped it onto the stumps there. Watched it closely, Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, it's going to be another maybe 100 runs partnership. At the moment, they are just 80 runs in a partnership between these two. And they're looking for patches. Dan got 54 or 55 deliveries. He played his knock almost runnable.
Yeah, he's gotten on with the game for sure. This has been his first outing on the tour, and he's looked in wonderful touch, just like Keaton Jennings, who's been piling on the runs as well. So Glenn Chappell's boys, they looked very, very locked in, don't they, Abid?
Just going on a back foot and then coming in front and clearing that one. Hits it straight as an arrow. 4 runs, beautiful shot. 200 comes up.
Well, that is a glorious off drive from Josh Bohannon. Just slightly pitched up by Gus Miller. And take a look at that. That's right out of the coaching manual. Superb execution, perfect balance. And it was 4 immediately off the bat. Lovely shot. This man is a serious talent indeed. Looks like he can go on and bat for days.
Yeah, indeed. Very solid, very good temperament. 54 overs, 52 overs passed. 4 runs coming off this over. It's 202 for none.
Well, a bit of a change here. Dane Villas is departing the scene. And if he was playing a runner ball, well, this man on screen, Philip Salt, he'll get on with the game. We might be switching to some T20 action here.
Yeah, already the excitement is shown from your voice, Khwaja. You're excited.
Well, I can claim to have a bit of a bias because this man, he was part of my beloved Lahore Qalandars just a month or so ago as we romped to the title in PSL 7. So I'm really happy to see Salty at the crease. He is beloved in our part of the world.
Yeah.
Well, you can see there's a Karachi fan in the com box. He's not happy. His side finished bottom of the table, which added to my delight. And this man is certainly going to add to the delights of Lancashire fans. And it's going to be the leg spinner Mo Rizvi to continue. So I think he'll enjoy that.
It will be interesting to see how Phil Salt creates his inning. Usually we know him with the wide ball, but it's the red cherry in the hand of Mo Rizvi. So now he need to play a different game, different format.
Absolutely. We've seen him have a lot of white ball success for England. Did well on the tour of West Indies as well in the T20s. But this is a different ball game altogether, like you said. You can play aggressively, but you need to be judicious with your stroke play.
Yeah, there you go.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Climbing into the action, boshed down the ground. And that's Phil Salt for you.
Yeah, doesn't mess Brown a lot. Straight away into the action. Getting off the mark with the boundary. That's a trademark for Phil Salt. He loves it. Smiling a bit.
Yeah, he is a serious player. This time working it away to the covers for a quick single. So that's excellent batting here. Mo Rizvi continuing here to Josh Bohannon. And he's giving due respect. He has a different approach to batting, doesn't he, Abid?
I definitely need to show the resistance. You need to show the class, the temperament. Now definitely he's more of a red ball player. There's a chat going between a bowler and a batter. The umpire is also involved. Not sure what, but it's meanwhile end of the over, number 53. It's 203 for none.
So the skipper of Loughborough to continue here. Just squeezed away. Not taking the single there, but you can certainly feel that the energy of the entire place has changed now that Phil Salt is at the crease, Abid.
Yeah, indeed, a big player does a big impact. Certainly for you, Ahmed. I can feel from your voice. You're super excited. Yeah, just when he'll be walking out, be around there to appreciate the knock I'm sure he's going to play.
Oh, flicked over the top of mid-wicket this time. Absolutely nailed it. Screaming away for 4.
Excellent shot. Salt is showing his class. He's a great player. Doesn't seem stopping him. Though 2 days, 4 days, a tough game. He's got his own groove and he's really dominating well. What a great use of the wrist there from Phil Salt.
Yeah, that bottom hand coming through and groove. That's the perfect word to use for him, Abid. He marches to the beat of his own drum, Phil Salt. You can see it's become quite breezy out there. But it's a hot breeze, not giving a lot of relief to the Loughborough lads. And you can see big strapping lad, the skipper, Jack Nightingale. But he's going to be thoroughly examined here by Phil Salt. He's going to counter-attack. That's the only way he knows how to play.
Nicely tugged. Nicely played there. Yeah, you need to be sharp. The captain, Jack, will not be pardoned if he bowls a loosener there because it's Phil Salt in front of you. He's in no mood to dig around. He's just playing his shots.
Yeah, I would like to have seen Joe Everett come back into the attack. Slingy, quick. Solidly behind that is Phil Salt right off the middle. I would like to see that contest. The ball is about 50 odd overs old. You'll get some reverse in the air. And he had that slingy quick action. Would have been a good contest. Perhaps from the football ground end. Just bring him on for a short burst, couple of overs. Let's see if he can get anything in the air.
Well, I think that's a right approach against Phil because he's new to the crease. Oh, big in swinger. Now maybe it just hit out the right place off the surface.
Well, like we're mentioning, I think that ball is starting to reverse here, Abid. Big booming in-dipper there from Nightingale. And that could add an extra dimension to the Loughborough attack.
He's just sticking around and looking for singles as well. He's not letting it go the ball which is pitched outside off. It's 54 overs up. 211 for none.
So the leggy Morisby to continue. Oh, nicely bowled, just squeezed away. Quick single. Oh, just made it in time.
The first ball single from Josh. Look at that. It had a mood of running on that, but Phil wanted to be on the strike. He was quick to respond.
Long on in place for Phil Salt. Tucks it away. Oh, there's a short fine leg there. Good awareness. And you can see immediately Morisby is not flighting the ball anymore. He's just darting it in. I think you shouldn't change your attacking instincts. Still look to throw the ball up here.
This is more like it. Good bowling there from Morisby. That's what he need to do, I reckon.
Yeah.
No matter what, you're playing a longer format, a 2-day game, you need to give a bowl some air. Look at at that control on that shot. Excellent batting there from Josh as well.
Yeah, he looks like an ideal player to bat at 3, doesn't he? Very solid, unflappable. And this man at 6 or 7, he can be a game changer. Could be an X factor in the county championship, can't he? Nicely squeezed away, behind point once again. They'll pick up 2 quite easily, maybe push for 3. No, they'll just stick to a couple.
We're not stressing there a lot, Phil and Josh Bohannon. Yeah, I pretty much agree with you. This Phil Salt would be very big, useful batter down the order for the team Lancashire Lightning. Oh, this one just pitched back off the length. I reckon with that action, if he just pitches front, maybe around the good length deliveries, would be a difficult call for the batsman to go after. So it's 55 overs gone, 217 for none.
Oh, going for that slash. Good fielding at cover. Certainly saved at least 2 runs there, if not a boundary.
Captain is operating himself from the tennis court end. Right now, we don't see any movement from Jack. He's just bowling that outside off channel with accurate line and length. The more he bowls in that channel, the more tighter it's going to be for the batters. All he need to do is just, I reckon they have done a great job with the keep the shine of the one side of the bowl. Yeah, this is more like it. A hint of outswing. The more he swings the ball, the better it is.
The first thing they need to do, Abid, is try to clamp down on the run rate. That will create pressure. They're currently going at just below 4 RPO. So that has been the main problem for Loughborough right now. They just haven't been able to stop the relentless scoring of runs. 218 for no loss. Excellent hit out for the Lancashire Lightning. And look at that punch down the ground. On drive. Executed to perfection from Josh Bohannon. Glorious.
Yeah, Bohannon getting into the act now. It was full. It was easy. It was perfectly placed. Just 4 written on it the moment it left the bat. Likes to play straight more often than not, Josh Bohannon.
Well, I'm going to say it on air boldly. This man is going to be playing for England very, very soon. Love his technique, love his style. He has the numbers to back it up. I think another good county championship season, and he'll be knocking on the door for international selection very, very soon. He's just the kind of bloke they need at number 3. Solid, unflappable, perfect technique, and love to spend time at the crease, doesn't he?
Indeed. It's double Nelson on board. Josh Bohannon. He's shown his temperament, not going after any silly shots.
Well, you can see the Loughborough uni lads. They've bowled the entire slot, taking advantage of the playing conditions. Will Rogers, Max Luckett, Jack Nightingale, Gus Miller. Would like to see Joe Everett back on again though. Perhaps just feeling the effects of bowling in this heat. And now Mo Rizvi getting an extended spell here. He does look an interesting bowler. Nice, smooth flowing action. Repeatable. Oh, this time, bit of an inside edge. Think that might have been the top spinner there from Rizvi. Nicely bowled.
I just kind of brought a hint of hope for Moresby, as all the players was just getting a slight bit of excited for the inside edge. This one is just driven nicely all along the carpet. Takes single.
Been a touch expensive here, Rizvi. 26 runs considered in his 4.5 overs. That is the Phil Salt effect. Nicely worked. Off the stumps. Pushing for 2. Good hard running there. Excellent running. It was Josh Bohannon who made the double possible. And you can see he's a team man, working hard, running hard for his partner's runs rather than his own. Excellent batting.
Yeah, a great show between the two. Phil Salt along with Josh Bohannon. Phil is just playing a run, a ball knock. Just like we had seen the captain Dan Willis played.
And it's important to have batters who can operate at different strike rates. Even in a red ball unit, you need somebody who can take charge of the game and somebody who can kill it dead. And that's an excellent combination that Lancashire have. They have Keaton Jennings, free-flowing player. George Balderston, very solid opener. Then Josh Bohannon at 3, The Rock. Then Dane Villas, Phil Salt come in who get on with the game. That's a nice mix, isn't it, Abid?
Absolutely. Perfect team. There'll be big names to be joining them when they go back home and then play the seasoned games. Meantime, it's 57 overs up, 228 for none.
So extended spell here for Jack Nightingale, the skipper. Full length delivery there. Trying to go for that Yorker. So this may well be the last over before the tea interval. And Josh Bohannon just hunkering down. He's looked very solid. 36 of 73. Not played a false shot today. And Phil Saltwell, 18 of 19. That shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. And Dane Vilas, the skipper, with a very enterprising 54 not out of just 55 deliveries. Then decided to pack it in. Enough for the day. And looks like Josh Bohannon is also just preparing for the tea interval. It's quite surprising that this Dukes ball has not offered a lot for the Loughborough Pacers. Even this pitch with its very greenish tinge has not offered any serious movement. Balmy afternoon here in Dubai at the ICC Academy. It's been tough sledding for the Loughborough lads indeed. But they've kept plugging away diligently. Sooner or later, I do feel they will get their reward. And the skipper himself has taken the responsibility. Bowling a decent spell here. Keeper up to the stumps. Never easy against the medium pacer. This time, try to cut that away behind point. Good fielding. They'll only pick up one. 58 overs are concluded. It's 229 for none. Mo Rizvi continuing here. Oh, nicely bowled there. You can see his control is quite good. Flights the ball very nicely. Bowling a good channel. Punched off the back foot. Just pushed beyond the point fielder. They'll pick up one. So he's been quite impressive. There's been nothing on offer. It's a day one track, so perhaps if there was some rough to work with, he could have been very, very interesting indeed. Bit of extra bounce there, was trying to work it behind the keeper, Phil Salt. This time hard punch through the covers, only for one. So that should keep Phil Salt quite safe to bat beyond the tea interval. Josh Bohannon will have to face the final ball. Once again, a productive session for the Lancashire Lightning. Work towards mid-wicket. A bit of confusion, but they'll eventually complete the single. 59 overs gone. It's 233 for no loss as the umpires call for the end of the session. 30-run partnership building up here nicely between Phil Salt and Josh Bohannon. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the highlights. It's been action-packed stuff. Brisk scoring, thanks to Dane Vilas and Phil Salt. This was nicely flicked off the hip there. Just kept running down the hill. They've been very productive in that square leg area. Gotten a lot of runs, not a lot of movement on offer, and any time the Loughborough bowlers straight onto the pads, they were punished immediately. George Balderson especially scored plenty of runs with that. Flick shot this time slashed over the top of the slip. Just a touch short, just a touch wide. And this was glorious. Look at that balance. Timing. Racing away down that incline of the tennis court end. Picture perfect off drive. And this back foot punch through the covers. That is something special indeed. Fair enough, it's not a very quick track, but still, to play that shot with so much control, you need to be a special player. This time once again straying down the pads, easily put away for 4. And then Dane Vilas, he was determined to counterattack the off spin of George Tate, immediately pulling out the reverse. Gus Miller came in and he was slashed over the top. That was a brilliant hit from the Lancashire captain. Had an epic battle. This time a big full toss. Nicely put away over the top of mid-wicket. And look at this off drive. Brilliant fielding by the mid-off fielder. That would have certainly gone away for 4. It was the captain, Jack Nightingale himself, setting the trend. Then came on to bowl. And then Dane Vilas just plonked him over mid-wicket. Look at that. Pure timing. He looked in imperious touch. On another day, would have certainly looked to hunt for that 3-figure score. And Josh Bohannon, well, that is just class personified. Perfect balance. Lovely flowing drive. And then Phil Salt came in as Dane Vilas retired his innings after making a 50. Well, we know how he bats. He is a go-getter. Once again, Josh Bohannon replicating those beautiful straight drives. Absolutely no chance for the fielders. Mo Rizvi, the leggy came on. And he looked pretty interesting. This was a half chance for a run out, but in the end they made it through quite safely. And that brought the session to a close. So we'll be right back in just about 15 to 17 minutes time for the post-tea session. Stay tuned for some behind-the-scenes content of this Lancashire tour of
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
We can just fly forever. Take me where the weather's cool.
stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
When
starting to liven up.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere. Full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
We can just fly forever.
little changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the ICC Cricket Academy. We are here for the two-day game between Lancashire Lightning and Loughborough University. News from the centre is that Lancashire Lightning had chosen to bat first, mutually agreed, and the score is 232 for no loss. It's been a run fest, to say the least. 40 odd for Keaton Jennings and George Balderston, who opened the innings. A quick 550 from the skipper Dane Vilas. Josh Bohannon is still out there at 39 not out, joined by Phil Salt, who's batting on 19. A partnership of 30 runs between them has built up. And joining me for a partnership in the com box is Abid Ibrahim. Good afternoon, Abid.
Good afternoon, Ahmed. Looking forward to this contest. It is going exciting to see Phil Salt taking the charge. He doesn't look rusty. He doesn't look stopping anything coming his way. Any loosener, he's just putting it away. Not only the looseness, but the good deliveries. He's been able to put them away for the boundaries. He's playing, he's continuing with the franchise games. More of a T20 game. He's still on that mode.
Yeah, it's been a tough slog for the Loughborough lads. The pitch does have a very greenish tinge, but it hasn't really swung, it hasn't really spun either. And the Lancashire Lightning boys have been switched on, very focused. They are contenders for the county championship this summer, and they've come out in their first two-day game looking very, very locked in indeed as action resumes. Oh, big booming in swinger there, goes past the keeper. There is a deep fine leg in place, so we'll start the session with some buys.
Spot on there, Ahmed. That is signalling umpires buys. So, hard work there for the keeper. He's standing up to the wicket.
Oh, short ball this time. Caught the keeper unawares as well. Wideish slip in place. Tom Debenham is the bowler coming in from the tennis court end. Pulled away this time. Lovely shot, but there is a deep square in place, only for one. So Josh Bohannon, he is looking in good touch once again.
Yeah, indeed. Anything shot onto the pads will be definitely put on by this two pairs. Phil Salt. Oh, that's a good delivery from Tom Debenham.
How did that miss the stumps? Almost chopped it on there. Phil Salt. Big booming in swinger. Look at that. Oh, so close to the first official wicket of the day. But it's just been that kind of day for the Loughborough lads. They've had to work hard.
A mix-up day for Loughborough. They're really working hard. That first wicket, the keeper is up. Doesn't look comfortable.
Quick single taken there to mid-wicket. Good communication between the pair. Josh Bohannon moves into the 40s. He has looked rock solid. Keaton Jennings continues his fine form of the pre-season tour. Got a 50 in the T20 game versus the UAE side. Now spent a lot of time in the middle.
Nicely pushed back. That would be the end of the over number 60. It's 236 for none.
So more spin coming in. Hard cut away. Brilliant fielding at backward point. Saved a certain boundary there. Got a hand to it. And Phil Salt, well, ominous signs here for the young spinner coming on. Let's take a look at the field. There's a long on and a mid wicket in place. And a deep cover. Nobody behind the keeper, just a short fine leg, close up.
Tom Henley is operating from the football stadium end. So now there will be a lot of spinning option. Another leggy has been produced. He's operating.
Yeah, left arm leg spinner here. Oh, inside edge. That could have easily gone onto the stumps once again. Phil Salt looking a bit edgy after the break. And this time, that ball did jump off a length there. Nicely bowled by Tom Henley. He looks a very interesting talent indeed.
Yeah, driven nicely, kept it all along the ground. Only a single available. So you need to give credit to Josh Bohannon, who is batting on 41. He faced 84 deliveries. He's still looking solid as rock.
Yeah, he's clearly the linchpin of this Lancashire Lightning batting lineup. Like Luke Wells mentioned in his chat in the com box in the previous session. Just looking to convert these starts to triple figure scores. And he'll be a key player for the Red Roses if they want to challenge for the county championship title. It's been too long for such a massive county to not win it. Over comes to an end. It's 241 for none. Well, you can see the Loughborough lads. Jack Nightingale, the captain, has gone through all of his options in the squad. Long bowling stint for the likes of Gus Miller, Max Luckett and Will Rogers. And now it's Tom Debenham bowling alongside Tom Henley. Didn't bowl in the first two sessions.
So I'm down the leg side, driven on drive. A single, just as in case if they are looking for another bowling options. There are two certain bowlers sitting in the com box, I reckon.
Well, I think the keeper has to come on for a bowl as well. It's about time.
There are too many options there. And yes, you need to understand these are difficult conditions to bowl. Especially the fast bowlers need to be given credit. This one is... has he touched the rope? No. Certainly cut it out from the boundary line.
Well, you have to give full credit to the Loughborough lads. They have thrown themselves around the park, still working hard, even though we're 62 overs in, and they haven't picked up a wicket. They haven't been demoralized, giving their all in the field. Trying to beat that short gully fielder there. Hard throw in. Taking evasive action. So a bit of spice to the proceedings.
Yeah, Josh will be glad of the opponent's wicketkeeper. Just saved his head.
Yeah, that could have been a nasty blow. Tucked away behind fine leg once again. So Tom Debenham, he does swing the ball a lot, but the length could be a bit better.
Yeah, indeed. Need to strike with a very good line and length. Just down the leg side a bit too much. Again, that he's with the point of his release and meet the bat resulted in 4.
Well, he has absolutely smashed that. Half volley there, swinging right onto the middle of the blade and mid on. Well, he had absolutely no chance. Smashed there by Phil Salt. He's looking to have some fun out there. 249 on the board. Run rate right on 4 runs per over. Punched off the back foot. Good feeling at point to conclude the over. Well, that extras column will not please the captain of Loughborough, Jack Nightingale. 32 runs. He's made more runs than Phil Salt. Good performance.
I like the way you do that sarcastic little naughty Ahmed Khwaja.
Tom Henley then to continue from the football ground end. He's an intriguing bowler. Look at that bounce he's getting off a length.
Yeah. He's purchasing that. He's doing incredible job with the ball, but the problem is it seems the wicket is too far.
Oh, cramping up a bit there, Josh Bohannon. He's been batting for a lot of time out there. Must have lost a lot of fluids. This will be a sign for concern for the Lancashire physios. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, that's good, Butter. That's good. Just coming down and ducked it. Bohannon looking very close, just 4 shy of his 50. And he's done well. The shot. Late deliberate cut.
Well, that was a googly from Tom Henley. 250 up for Lancs, but he read it very, very nicely indeed. Watching the ball out of the hand, right onto the blade. So this young chap, he looks a very, very interesting bowler indeed. I'm enjoying this mini spell. And Phil Salt giving it due respect.
What I like about this young Tom Henley is he's mixing things up. 250 comes up. It's just that he's bowling too full and into the arc. The ball runs down for 4.
Well, that's Phil Salt at his belligerent best in the slot and slapped down the ground. That bottom man coming through mid off in the circle. Once he beat that fielder, that was always going for 4. So good. And so cleanly struck. 63 overs gone. 254 for none. Well, Tom Debenham continuing. Abid Ibrahim, I think you're a big fan of his hair color. Would like to see you becoming a platinum blonde tomorrow. Cracked away behind point. There is a sweeper out there. Nicely played there from Josh.
Yeah, get me a sponsor, Ahmed.
Well, you can choose between the Hilton or Emirates.
And I reckon both of them. So I'll have red and black color. Nicely driven. There's a man in the deep. Single only.
Yeah, tempted him with that wide ball. He had a hard dip slash at it, did Salty. 31 of 32. He's looking good. Josh Bohannon. He's worked hard for his runs. He hasn't changed his playing style no matter what. And Dane Vilas already with a 50 to his name for Lancashire Lightning. Once again, squeezed away behind point.
Well, if it's working for you, there's absolutely no need to change in your natural game. Phil Salt at the moment is batting so well. Josh Bohannon just 2 runs away from his 50. Faced 94 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a patient innings. But he looks very compact, very organized, unruffled. Oh, trying to drive on the up there. A rare sight of a ball beating the outside edge. But that's the way Phil Salt plays.
Well, it's been a very big challenge against Loughborough guys because they haven't picked up a wicket so far. That also somewhere back in the mind is hurting the team. 2 full on drive, a single.
Well, he's an interesting bowler, Tom Debenham. Does swing the ball prodigiously, but not particularly accurate. But sometimes even these kind of bowlers, they can produce wickets for you out of nowhere.
Well, what he does is when he releases the ball, it just takes the turn in this. The swing is in the air. If he just keep it outside off, slightly pull back his length, it can be more dangerous. Yeah, just like that. End of the over number 64th. 258 for none.
Well, you can see the most important column is the one with the least action on it. W's, they're all zeros. It's been that kind of a day for Loughborough. But Tom Henley, he looks a very fascinating bowler, has excellent control for a leggy. Will Rogers put in the hard yards today with Max Luckett, as did Joe Everett. The captain brought himself on in the post-lunch session as well, bowled a longish spell, but no reward as yet. This will be a good battle to watch. Henley v Salt, nicely punched off the back foot. You can see he's waiting for something in his arc that he can launch down the ground. But it's been a well-constructed inning so far from Phil Salt as well.
Nicely chipped, just glided straight to the bowler.
And it's quite interesting here, Abid, that even though we're bowling with the Duke's red ball, it has a more prominent seam, there just hasn't been anything in the pitch at all. You would have expected it to misbehave a bit, but it hasn't at all.
Yeah. Which was slightly slower for the fast bowlers when they started the proceedings. There's been plenty of seamers We've seen up front bowling a lot of spells where very minimal spinners has been on attack. Tom Hanley and earlier George Tate, two spinners that has been operated so far. So it's all about the combination to get it right. So now the left arm China man, Tom Hanley. He's bowling a lot full again. I think if he switches and he comes in over the wicket. And that's the 50 for Josh Bohannon. Great knock. Excellent. He's been out. Supported the captain. And now with Phil Salt. Superb knock. This is an appreciated round of applause from the dugout. Appreciations all around the ground. It was much needed outings, yeah, just before the season kicks in. The scores will definitely count and bring some confidence to Josh Bohannon. With was an offer, and that is a great shot. Incredible, just going on a back foot and deliberate cut, late cut, just between keeper and the fielder. Ball runs away for 4 runs. That's Josh Bohannon for you. Extremely talented young man, knocking the doors off selectors of ECB. Once again, a little bit extra bounce, but well done there by Josh. He kept an eye on that delivery. Batting on 55. Spent his day down there. Difficult conditions, hot and humid. Whereas the other end we have Phil Salt, who's just doesn't seem in any mood of playing a 2-day game. He continues to play his form of T10 for that T20. This one hit hard. Chase for the fielder. Batters completed 2. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Phil Salt. He keeps the scoreboard ticking. There you go. You see the swing in the air. That's a more of a good line and length. Slightly back of the length on a good areas. Pitched in on the pitch. So Tom Debenham will be bowling his final delivery of a 4th over. Good delivery to end the over. It's 66 overs gone to 68. So that big, almost every bowler got a chance to bowl, and none of them have succeeded in taking wickets. 13 overs bowled by Gus Miller. 1 maiden, 49 is given away. So how the day progresses, if you just tuck it down, a dot ball. So if you just joined us, it was a pre-chat where the team Lancashire Lightning have decided, both of the teams decided to let Lancashire Lightning to bat first. They have batted first, and the openers George alongside Keaton Jennings, they came up to open the innings. They started so well. Both of them put over 100 runs partnership, where Jennings has scored 46 unbeaten. George, his partner, George Wilson, has scored 44 unbeaten. Both of them just walked out. And then they've been a captain along with Josh Bohannon. They both went in. The captain just quick fired, scored 50 runs and got out. Didn't get out actually, retired himself. And then Josh Bohannon has just continued his innings. He scored, he's batting on 55. And joined him in the middle was Phil Salt, who's batting on 38.
Yeah, it's been total dominance from the Lightning. Taken full toll on the Loughborough bowlers, who've plugged away doggedly. But it's been a very benign pitch, to say the least. 67 overs up, 270 for no loss. Right then, news from the centre is that Josh Bohannon has retired out, 56 of 103, so he's had a good long bat in the middle, and it's going to be Jonesy, Rob Jones, coming out to bat with Phil Salt, another go-getter. He'll get on with the game, so the next 20 odd overs could be a lot of fun, Abid.
Yeah, I was looking forward to see Rob Jonesy getting a chance. A lovely chat between me and Rob earlier. He was there in the comm box, shared his experience, told us what he's looking for, what his team is aiming at.
Yeah, you guys have a real bromance going, I must say. I'm slightly jealous, but he's a lovely lad indeed.
Yeah, looking forward to take him on the city tour.
Well, I think he'd rather go out with somebody else, but fair enough. Right then, Tom Debenham to continue. He's had a long bowl after the tea break. Let's see how long his energy lasts. We've usually seen nobody bowl more than 4 to 5 over spells, but he's persisting. And Phil Salt, he'll be on strike. Nope, it's going to be Jonesy, pardon me. And immediately cuts the first ball away behind point to get off the mark.
And on brand, off the mark on a very first delivery. Doesn't look to be holding his shots back. He wants to go hard right now. They have just still need to bat 23 overs almost. With Rob and Salt down together, and our achieved run rate is 4 in an over, this will climb up.
Absolutely. I think Phil Salt is just chomping at the bit here. He wants to get going big time. Taking a look at the field, there is a deepish mid-wicket and a deep fine leg in place. And he'll just punch it off the back foot through the covers. Lovely shot. And it will roll away for 4. That's a top hit.
Yeah, that's what you call a quality shot. Push from the back foot. Classic shot. Just so the bowler is bringing ball into the right-hander. Solidly behind it. Excellent.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. Got up high, right on his toes. And using that front elbow to find the gap at extra. Brilliant.
And that shot showed a lot of timings on it.
Yeah, it's not easy to put away the old ball on a slowish track. But such is the natural ability he has. Has that raw power and that touch game as well to boot.
A good shot to end the over. And up. One more delivery to go.
So it will be interesting to see how long Tom Debenham bowls here. I'd really like to see Joe Everett back onto the attack. Quick, slingy, and with an old ball, I think he might get some reverse. Nicely punched once again through the covers. He will rein it in. Nicely hit on the up. Another 2 runs added to the score. 68 overs have gone by. It's 277 for none. So Tom Hinley, the left arm leggy to continue. Intriguing bowler. I've enjoyed his spell so far. If there was some turn on offer, I think it'd be a real handful. Rob Jones, let's see his approach.
Yeah, doesn't seem like going after the spinners immediately. Need to see if we have seen him getting dismissed by Aditya Shetty in the T20 format.
Yeah, he had a tough go out there on that very slow turning track at the 7s. Nicely clipped away off the pads over misfield. And they'll pick up at least 2 here. Yeah, very easily. So that'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, he's been dismissed by the leggy. So now you have a Chinaman. It's a very good style of Tom Hanley to bowl. He's just bowling a little fuller, I reckon.
Well, they've come into fashion these days, Abid. We've seen the Braze Shamsi for South Africa. We've seen in the previous times Brad Hogg, World Cup winner with Australia.
Oh, yes.
And Kuldeep Yadav from India. There's a young Pakistani lad as well in under-19s. These guys must have played with him. Faisal Akram. He also bowls left-arm leg spin. And we have Hassan Khalid from the UAE. He also bowls this style. So it's coming into fashion. It's on vogue these days.
Well, you don't have too many of them around. So usually when you see the ball is coming from back of the end, you usually expect the ball turn it away and then it bangs in. So yeah, they have good varieties, and that's what cricket is all about. Varieties. It's 69 overs up, 279 for none.
No less than 10 bowlers used by Jack Nightingale, including himself. So their squad has gotten a real run through. Joe Everett, 5 overs, none for 14. Ali Frost looked pretty impressive as well. George Tate, the off spinner, was treated roughly by Dane Villas. Mo Risby, the leggy, as well. So they've got a lot of variety in their squad. Good to see. And of course, Will Rogers bowled 2 spells, as did Max Luckett. Gus Miller as well got an extended spell, 13 overs, the most out of all the Loughborough lads. Went for a bit of tap. So it's been a good workout for them as well, against some top quality opposition. And looks like there's going to be another left arm leggy coming into the attack. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, the both ends seems to be busy by the left arm spinners.
Right then, new bowler being introduced and immediately dispatched for 4 by Phil Salt. And joining me in the comm box is the man of the day, 52 his name, Josh Bohannon. Good afternoon, Josh. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Been fantastic. Watched you bat out there for a fair while. Tell us more about the pitch and the conditions.
No, it's a nice pitch. It's a little bit on the slow side, but other than that, it's played pretty well today, to be fair. So the boys have had a good little run out. Nice to spend a bit of time in the middle as always, and get the season off to a nice start.
And tell us more about your pre-season tour. What have you guys been up to off the cricket field?
Just chilling around the pool, to be fair. Obviously, there's a lot more than just training as well. There's obviously all the gym work that we get up to, and a couple of days at the beach. That's about it, really.
And of course, talking about your recent performances for the Red Roses, last year was a breakout season for you in some senses, and maybe you won't admit it, but there's been some England chatter as well for you. So this season is a very important one for you, I dare say.
Yeah, every season's obviously important. I don't think any season is more important than any other, but there's, like you said, there's obviously chat around all the external stuff, but I've got nothing planned other than just try and score as many runs as I can for Lancs, and obviously if I do that, the rest of it should probably take care of itself, hopefully.
Absolutely. And of course, let's talk a bit about last season as well. Right down to the wire, just 2 points short of the title. Did it bring you down, or did it further motivate you for 2022? What was the feeling like in the dressing room?
Yeah, obviously instantly it's it's an absolute disaster. Obviously, when you after coming off such a high from the game against Hampshire to then obviously be just shy of that the next day. So obviously, yeah, very high and then very low. But yeah, the boys are definitely a lot more up for the season now and ready to go.
Meanwhile, it's 50 up for Phil Salt. Must be quite a thrill batting alongside him, though.
Yeah, he's exciting. He's great to bat with as well. Obviously, he's very free as a player, so it just allows you to play your natural game and knock it round. And he's quite easy to bat with, and yeah, he's a great sign for us. I'm really excited about what he can do for us.
And although it's your first two-day game of the tour, all of the batters have looked very switched on, very focused. So you guys seem to be very determined out there to make a point, even though it's just pre-season. But everybody looks super locked in.
Yeah, it's one of them. I think every time you put a shirt on for Lancs, whether it's a pre-season friendly or it's a first-class game or whatever it is, every game's important. And you got to respect any opposition that you play against. And not that any lads have got a point to prove, but they're obviously really excited about the opportunity that we've got this season. And obviously with such a strong squad, you do have to power them runs on. So the boys are looking really good and ready to go.
Well, you speak of a very strong squad. You have the likes of James Anderson and Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone, Phil Salt, and all of these familiar international players. Hassan Ali coming in the summer. Have you ever had just a look around in your locker room and like, mate, I'm playing alongside Joss Butler, Liam Livingstone? Is there a bit of awe, shock and awe, or it's just, are they part of the lads?
No, there is obviously, I think probably when I was a little bit younger and first come on the staff, there is a massive sense of awe around them sorts of players, and there still is now, but they are all great lads, and they make everyone feel welcome, and a massive part of the dressing room, and it's excited every time we get to put a shirt on together. Well,
we've spoken about these big names, but let's talk about the Josh Bohannon origin story. Tell us a bit more about yourself and where you began your cricketing career.
Yeah, so I started at a club called Farnworth Cricket Club. I played there for a couple of years, and then
well, at long last, it's taken about 71 overs, but that is the first official wicket for Loughborough University, and it's the left-arm leggy, Tom Hinley, who's done the business here. Looks like it's going to be Rob Jones. Is it Jonesy? Yeah, heading back. So he's had a bit of not a great start to the preseason so far, isn't it? He'll get a ribbing in the locker room.
No, he's looked fantastic in the nets, and obviously he'd be disappointed now, but you obviously get him out of the way early, as we always say, and same for the season.
Yeah, it must be. What's the mindset when you have a long opening partnership? You're the number 3 batter, all set, ready to go. Bit of nervous energy, bit of adrenaline. Then they have a long bat out there, and then you finally get your opportunity. Does it get weary in the mind, or it's all part of the game?
It's absolutely all part of the game. Yeah, it's obviously difficult to do, as you sit there and watch other people. But like you said, it is part of the game, and the longer they're out there, I should hopefully try and make my job easier, batting 3 or 4. So yeah, it's great to see that Keaton Balderson got off to a great start today, and obviously took that gold shine off the ball, so it's always nice when you come in and it's not quite.
Well, that shine didn't really help them either way.
No, they played fantastic. It's all part of the game, and like I said before, the longer they're out there, the better for me. So it's fantastic to see.
Well, we got interrupted by that wicket during the screenplay of the Josh Bohannon origin story, so please continue.
Yeah, so as I was saying, started at a club called Farnworth Cricket Club, and then when I was about 11 or 12, I moved to literally just down the road to a club called Farnworth Social Cricket Club, where I then played all my cricket until I was 17 or maybe 18. Then I went to a club called Southport, and I did 1 season there, and then I've played recently for a club called Ormskirk, and I've been there since I was 19, 20. It's a great club, and I look forward to hopefully putting a shirt on for them again this season.
So then how did you end up at the Red Rose?
I got signed when I was 11. I was still at Farnworth at the time, just before I left. And then played all the junior section, all the age group through there, right until under 19s. Managed to get an academy place, and then signed a scholarship at the end of 2016. And thankfully, been on the staff since.
And well, making it through all those age group and academy setup at a county like Lancashire, the competition must be absolutely incredible. The quality must be through the roof.
Yeah, it's always been unbelievable. We're very lucky that we've got a great bunch of cricketers to choose from within the county. So, just to look at my group, for example, myself, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson, Callum Parkinson, who's moved to Leicester, Harry Deedon, who was at Leicester, just to name a few, and Hasib Hamid. The amount of talent we had within that one team was unbelievable, and it did. I still strongly believe that the competition that we had made us all better players now.
Absolutely, that's some very celebrated names, international cricketers to name a few. Luke Wood, meanwhile, out there with Phil Salt. And he's come along leaps and bounds, hasn't he? He's improved tremendously over the last couple of seasons or so.
Yeah, he's been brilliant since we've had him. From when he was playing against against us at Old Trafford and got 2 wickets in the first over there, and what he did whilst on loan at Northants against us in the Red Bull squad. He's been fantastic. He works as hard as anyone else, and he wears the shirt with pride, and he's great to be a part of.
Well, let's do a short Q&A. I want to know more about your teammates. Who's the biggest prankster in the squad? I have a feeling it might be you, the way you smiled there.
No, I'm partial to a prank, but I'd probably say Liam Hurt.
And the worst dresser?
Daniel Lamb.
And who's the best dancer?
Rob Jones.
We'll have to get Jonesy back in. And who's the biggest hit with the ladies? Josh Bohannon.
Absolutely not, no.
So no comment on that one then.
No comment.
Keeping the secrets in-house, Josh Bohannon. It's been fabulous having you in the Combox. Thank you so much for your time and very well played today.
Thanks very much. Speak to you soon.
Well, keeping all the state secrets in-house there, Josh Bohannon. Lovely chat with him. We'll be following his progress with a lot of interest. I feel like this lad has a very big future. Meanwhile, Phil Salt, he's trying to counter-attack the spinners here. And Tom Hinley, well, I told you he's one to watch out for Loughborough. And he's produced the wicket of Rob Jones. Oh, that's a beauty. Turning in, off the straight, trying to carve it through the covers. But just missing out there. Already 2 boundaries in the over. So Lancs are getting a move on in the final 20 overs of their innings so far. This time bit of a leading edge. Oh, has to be careful there mid-off. His knee got stuck in the outfield. Could be a nasty fall, but he seems to be alright. And Abid getting a quick selfie there with Josh.
Oh, yes.
I think he knows this man. He's going far. He's going places.
Yeah, I'm just catching him up. And then once he plays for the England, I'll put it all over the social media.
Well, I dare say you can put it right now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll do that. And probably I'll just keep on posting that once he makes to the 11 of England.
Get as many likes as possible. That's what I always say. 72 overs gone. 299 for one. So Tom Hinley. Oh, edged. off the keeper's gloves. Let's take a look at the umpire signal. Oh, it's given as buys. So 300 up for the Lightning. I thought he might have just gotten a feather edge there, but the umpire says nope. So it's been a very, very successful day out with the bat for the Lightning, and
Yeah.
still have plenty of overs to go.
Oh, indeed. The only batter to get out is Rob Jones. Really feeling for that, mate. He's prepared well. We saw him in the commentary box. Were looking really eager to bat down there in the middle, but just getting outside the edge from the another, this time again against the left-hander spinner. Earlier he got out to the right hand. Aditya Shetty, a leg spinner of UAE.
Actually, I just met Aditya just a few minutes ago. He's working hard at the ICC Academy as always. It's almost as if these lads live here, working day and night on their cricket.
Yeah, indeed. I saw him bowling alone there in the nets. So that's what keeps them motivated. They really need to catch up to the next level. And they're going, oh, this is smart work behind the stumps. But good awareness by Lockwood.
$301 for one then. Tom Hindley running through his overs. And Luke Wood just tucks it away to mid-wicket. Quick single. And they'll make it just in time. 302 for one. Nice looking off drive there from Luke Wood. Getting some batting in against Freddie Heldreich. Heldreich, I believe. Been a bit expensive there. 19 runs conceded in his 2.1 overs. But he does give the ball a rip, doesn't he, Abid?
Yeah. He does that well. Just on the back foot and deliberate late cut. The bowler is running towards the boundary line. Now well done there. Fielder shows the commitment.
Yeah, very nicely played there. It was just a touch short and opening the blade, gliding it down to a vacant third man region. So Phil Salt, 67 of 67. He's well set. He's seeing the ball like a beach ball out there.
Yeah, probably he'll be the one who will be eyeing for the 100.
Well, I didn't want to be the one to say it, because you know that the commentator's curse is absolutely deadly here.
Yeah, no chance. For you will still, even if you do that commentator's curse, if you fall short of that 100, I'm sure he'll walk inside the commentary box with that willow in his hand.
Absolutely, and the way he uses it, I'll be in serious trouble. Nicely punched, straight to cover. So Luke Wood, he's looking in good touch as well, timing the ball quite sweetly. Getting some batting practice in, even though he's known for his bowling. Very talented left arm swing bowler. Saw him recently in the PSL for Quetta. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. An excellent fielding by Mo Rizvi at mid-wicket. 306 for 1 after 74. So Tom Henley to continue from the football ground end. Hard cut, but straight to point. Missed out there. Was an opportunity for a boundary. And, well, now that you've put it out there in the universe, nervous times as Phil Salt hunts for 100. Oh, lovely paddle sweep this time. Nobody there. Anywhere near it. Immediate 4 runs.
That's really loose now. Easy picking. And someone like caliber of Phil Salt, when he's half asleep, he can drag that one for 4.
Just shoveled it behind the keeper. Look at those forearms. It's got so much power in that bottom hand. And him being in good touch is a massive boost for the Lightning. He's a match winner. He's a game changer. Nicely cut away. Once again, the deep point will be in action, but they're running for 2. This is excellent running. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, they call them Lightning for a reason. They call them Lightning for a reason. Quick running. Just like a lightning.
Well, that's the quality of Phil Salt. He's bringing out the poet in my co-commentator. Hard drive back to Henley. Was in the slot. Perhaps could have gone aerial. But just 20 odd away from 100. That would be a perfect start to the preseason for Phil Salt. Off the back foot. Straight to deep point. So he'll likely retain the strike.
A tough day out there for young Loughborough. Just 1 wicket of Rob Jones they got in the kitty.
Well, you can see
Yeah,
Luke Wells in the background.
Yeah,
He's still doing the laps.
Yeah.
Trying to get the kink out of his back. We're really thankful to him for joining us for a stint in the comm box as well. Oh, trying to play across the lines, stifled appeal, but just a bit high there. End of the over, 75 gone. It's 313 for 1.
subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.
So back after the drinks break of the final session, 15 overs to go in the day. It's going to be Fred Hildreich who continues from the tennis court ends. It's Phil Salt who's batting on 74 on strike. He'll certainly be looking to begin his pre-season with a bang. Nicely bowled there. Hard sweep this time into the gap at mid-wicket. That has screamed away for 4. In fact, gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, that's the first 6 of the day. You were talking about Phil not playing for the 100. Yeah, tell me now.
Absolutely nailed it. And this time hard cut behind point. There's a big gap out there. Deep cover will have to work hard. He will manage it. But they will pick up 2. So now the run rate has picked up significantly.
Well, 100 is 100 whenever you get it, however you get it. Even though it's a friendly game. But this counts in his book. It will give him a lot of boost.
Absolutely. He has played magnificently. Picked his areas. Oh, struck on the pad, but no appeal from Freddie. I think he knew that that ball was bouncing over the stumps. So it's been a tough examination for the Loughborough lads. But they've stuck to their task. Short and back cut this time behind point is going to be an almighty chase. 2 fielders after it. And they won't pull it in. 4 runs.
Well, look at that shot and execution there from Phil Salt. He's just gone deep in his crease. Long way deep and just picked up the gap just between the 2 fielders. Excellent. And yet again we see Loic Wills taking his laps.
86 not out of 78. Fuller delivery just punched down the ground. Mid-off, throws himself at the ball once again. They will get 2. So Phil Salt has kicked into overdrive here.
Excellent knock this has been from Phil Salt. You usually don't see in a 2-day game that quick inning. But meantime, a big over comes to an end. 12 coming off it. It's 76 overs up. 327 for 1.
Tom Hinley to continue. It's been a long, sustained spell for him. He's into his 9th over. So even a spinner requires some stamina. And he's done a very good job picking up the only official wicket of the day. And Luke Wood does the right job. Gets Phil Salt on strike, who's batting beautifully on 88. And that too in quick time of just 79 deliveries here, Abid.
Yeah, incredible inning. He's just 12 runs shy of his 100. And I was talking about their achieved run rate. Yeah, both of these batters getting together. Their achieved run rate is just going past 4. It's 4.3 now.
Cut away behind point once again. Deep cover out there. Easy 2. And Phil Salt moves into the 90s.
Yeah, there was some extra bounce, but well done there, Phil. You just cut it through the backward point. He's so strong on that region.
Oh, big full toss. Missed out. Straight to mid-wicket. He's absolutely gutted.
Yeah. That's what. The full toss. I've seen you get the best wicket from the worst delivery, a full toss. It's sometimes very surprising for the batters. They don't expect though. Tom Hanley. Beautifully bowled. So just that over comes to an end. 77 gone. 330 for 1.
So there's going to be a change in the bowling then. It's going to be medium fast Ali Frost coming on to bowl from the tennis court's end. Looks like they want to introduce some fast bowlers to perhaps change the game plan for Phil Salt, who's batting on 90 not out. Massive score already been posted here. It's been a tough toil here for the Loughborough University lads. Meanwhile, Luke Wood on strike. Slip in place for Ali. Nicely played. Solid technique. Promote him up the order, I say.
Yeah. Perfect batter. I think they'll be happy with the position he's retaining. That's a very crucial number that he comes in to bat.
True. Always helps to have a number 7, number 8 batter who can contribute. That's a lovely looking punch. Straight to mid-off though.
Yeah, they just went like a flash, a moment. It left the bat. It was written 4 on it.
Well, he hit it for 4. I thought he went to the fielder. Nobody moved an absolute centimetre. And he smashed it for 4. Brilliant shot, Luke Wood. So he's getting some vital batting practice as well. Ali Frost, he'll be annoyed with that. Oh, look at that flick through mid-wicket. Back-to-back boundaries. Even more punishment.
Yeah, for these batters together, the run rate is climbing up. Look at that. Beautiful on drive. Just in the gap.
Yeah, mid-wicket May have felt he was in the game, but that ball absolutely flashed past him. That run rate keeps climbing, like you mentioned, Abid. 338 for one. Edged and dropped. Can you believe it? It's taken 78 overs to produce 2 edges for Loughborough, and both have gone down.
Oh my goodness. Really hard work. It's just put down, grasped it. Difficult chance, but should be taken. You keep on waiting all day long and putting it down and being a captain yourself.
Yeah, Jack Nightingale had slipped there. Oh, quick single, and they'll make it in time. He did flash at it hard, plus the keeper is up at the stump, so that's always a distraction, isn't it, Abid?
Well, there is nobody to blame other than the captain himself.
Well, I was trying to be a bit sympathetic, but you are very harsh.
Oh, no, man. That was definitely a chance. So last delivery of the over.
You're a hard taskmaster, Abid Ibrahim. Absolutely no sympathy for those fielders who've been fielding for 78 overs in mid 30 degrees Celsius weather. No wind, no cloud, no shade. And you want them to just snaffle up everything, don't you?
Yeah. That's how I am. Just turn this AC off for a bit.
78 overs gone. Lavishly enjoying the com box. 339 for one. So Tom Hinley persists. Slip in place for him. Luke Wood, well, he's compiling a decent innings here as well. 12 of 21. Oh, bit of a... Trying to cut that away.
Yeah, there was a turn, a surprise. The batter there, sharp turn.
Yeah, he does give the ball a rip, doesn't he?
Again, missing it. Tries to play that shot. A very quick hands behind the stumps.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Loughborough's keeper. He's looked very steady.
Brewer. He's a keeper. It's very quick. Really haven't put down anything.
Well, Phil Salt has been denied the strike for a fair bit now. Might be getting a bit edgy. Only one delivery to face in this over. Can he keep the strike? Deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg out there. Oh, he's just glided it behind point, behind third man. Giving it a chase, but it will win. 4 runs.
He's dealing in boundaries, isn't he? Just getting closer and closer to the 100. The big century. Look at that. Just timing on it. Played as late as he could. Excellent batting. That is a class. End of the over. We have 79 overs up. 343.
So Ali Frost to continue. Luke Wood on strike. Oh, attempted Yorker, nicely played. Let's see if he can produce another edge, and let's see if they can take it this time.
Well, it's 94 for Phil Salt. Now it's 90s.
Indeed, I'm getting a bit nervous here for my Kalandar.
Yeah. Did he have ever got out on 90s, Swaja?
Well, we'll have to tap up our statistician to dig that up.
Well, I reckon he's not.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the kind of player who wastes time fretting about milestones. He gets on with the game.
Yeah. More like a team player. It will be excellent outing for him to get 100 on a practice game. Smashed it and found the fielder on the long off.
Well, that would have stung his hands because that was absolutely smoked. Brave of him to even put a hand down. I know, with you, with your delicate fingernails, you would have let it go.
I wouldn't be having the heart to put my hands front.
Yeah, full marks for effort for the Loughborough boys.
Just ducked it back to the bowler. Ali is bowling well now.
Yeah, their lines and disciplines have been very good. It's just been a very benign pitch. And, of course, one of the top county sides in England. Arguably the second best after Warwickshire if you consider the county championship. Nicely played, but point fielder was active there. Good fielding. It's Tom Hinley himself.
Yeah, Luke Wood is just taking his time. He's been out there. He faced most of the deliveries now, kept Phil Salt out of the action for a good time. Whenever Salt gets going, even though he gets a 1 or 2 odd deliveries, he ends up in hitting 4. This one hit straight down the ground into the side screen, gone all the way for a maximum 6 runs.
350 for Lancs, up in style, and that is the best of the lot. Pitched up, and Luke Wood, look at that free extension of the arms, and straight onto the side screen for a maximum. That's a beauty. 80 overs up. New ball will be available. 350 on the board. Full toss, just bunted down the ground. So he's 1 hit away. 95 of 85. Exciting times at the ICC Academy.
Oh yes, very exciting time, but it's more of him taking single and getting onto the non-striking end.
Yeah, Luke Wood needs to be switched on here. Just flick it onto the leg side. A lot of real estate there. Just get Phil Salt on strike.
Yeah, that's the inner voice of Khwaja.
Going for that top spinner there. Got the line wrong. Yeah, it is pre-season though, but you dearly like a milestone to your name. Always contributing to the side. Make you feel good. Rock solid defense there from Luke Wood.
I just pushed it back to the bowler. I'm playing in according to plan against the spinner.
Yeah, he's not trying to rip the ball there, Tom Hinley. He's just bowling over the top. Top spinners. Making the ball slide on. Take a look. This time short. Pulled away. Past the mid-wicket. There is a long on in place. They're running on the throw and they'll make it in time.
Yeah, the 2 was the call. But just quickly that overcome stop. And Phil Salt will keep the strike.
Punched off the back foot, trying to find that gap at extra. Just slightly tentative there. Phil Salt, 95 of 87. It's been a marathon innings.
Well, if you compare to the rest of the batters, I think Phil Salt has played a lot of his cricketing career here in UAE as well. Been a part of franchises. This time played towards the onside. A bit of fumble there from the fielder, but only single taken.
Yeah, he's missed out there. Could have picked up an easy 4. But no worries. Plenty of overs left in the day.
Yeah, you just can breathe a bit, Khwaja. There is a lot of time left for the 100. I know you're excited. We all are excited to see 100 from Phil Salt.
Oh, hit in the air. Just falling short of that mid-on. Not quite timed it, towed it rather. Yeah, just getting a bit edgy in the com box, I have to say. You're absolutely right. Gotta hold our breath for a while.
It's nobody excited more than you, Khwaja.
Maybe Phil Salt?
I bet not.
Tucked away nicely. There is a deep square in place. Right then. How many deliveries do we have? 2 deliveries.
Calm down, my friend. Relax, relax. We got 9 overs after this. At 355 already scored. And this has been a good over. Ali Frost is just bowling from the tennis court end. This one hit towards the onside. Ball runs away down to the end. And that is it. What went wrong there? Was it 4? No celebration? Oh, that's a buys. Okay, no bat involved.
You almost had me jumping for joy. Abid Ibrahim, you're a tease. This is hard driven through extra cover. He got a hand to it. That would have been 4. Brilliant stop at short extra. Saved a certain boundary. And they'll only pick up a single. The interminable wait continues. 82 gone, 360 for 1. Well, he absolutely smashed this. Look at that. And just sticking a mitt out there. It's Mo Rizvi at extra. Goodness me. Scenes at the ICC Academy. Taking a look at the Lancashire dugout on my right. They're all a bit tetchy, all a bit nervous. It looks like the new cherry is coming out. And it's in the hands of the captain, Jack Nightingale. Striding out there. So a bit of a twist in the tail here. Let's see what will happen. Right then. It seems like the new ball has been taken. Yes, indeed. And it's going to be Will Rogers warming up from the football ground end. And Phil Salt, he's batting on 97. So despite all the batting we've seen, all the boundaries and sixes and 50s, it all comes down to this Abid, doesn't it? We want to see Phil Salt to get 100. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, might. Very much. Deserving one. Though it's a friendly game, but yes, 100 is 100 any day.
Absolutely.
So, I count my hundreds on PlayStation. So this is a real cricket we are talking about.
Right then. 2 slips in place. Short extra. He's punched it. Oh, off the bowler's hand. Oh, that's going to sting a little bit. Rub it off, Will.
Now they brought in Will Roger. And I think from the next stint, we'll see Everett.
Yeah, possible to see Joe Everett or Max Luckett. 97 off 90. 1 hit away. Down the leg side, that was an opportunity.
Calm down.
My goodness.
Well, he doesn't seem to be getting nervous on because he's on 97.
Well, we're nervous for him. I am certainly.
Yeah, you need to calm down a bit.
And just outside our combo box, it's Max Luckett warming up, doing all of his paces. So he'll certainly be taking the new ball from the tennis court end. And he'd love to get Phil Salt in the 90s.
I reckon once he get Phil Salt just short of his 100, he's going to dedicate that wicket to you.
Oh, well bowled. Takes a single to point. The wait continues.
Well, just because Phil Salt is batting, he's batting on 98, just 92 deliveries he faced. But Luke Wood's inning is just getting faded away. The way he's batting, operating things, taking charge into his hand, that is brilliant.
Well, that straight 6 down the ground was easily the shot of the day. We've had plenty, but that would be my pick. And let's see his approach against the new ball. He's looked to hit the ball hard, and Will Rogers, he's going to pitch it up to you. Ask the ball to swing. Let's see if Luke Wood can respond. Still 2 slips in place for him.
Down the leg side. Still you need to wait on.
Yeah, just got it wrong right out of the hand there.
It's a 2 days game, so anything down the leg side to be considered as a legal delivery. So yeah, we have just been spoiled because we see anything going down the leg side is been given wide usually. This is good bowling. The new bowl is sort of a troubling, and Luke Wood is doing most of the work now. He's trying to keep the strike and make the bowler as he can.
Plenty of runs being piled on by Lancashire Lightning today. Could we even see a 400? That would be incredible. Or try to force it off the back foot. 83 overs gone, 361 for 1. So it's going to be Max Luckett back into the attack from the tennis court end. And Phil Salt on strike. Right then. Enough faffing about. Let's get this done here. 98 not out.
Yeah, you guessed it right. He was warming just in front of your eyes.
2 slips in place. A deep point. Extra cover. Mid-off. Mid-on in the circle. Oh, inside edge. They're taking a single. Shy at the stumps. Nope.
An overthrow. There is runs available. That would be the 100. Take a bow. Leave your seat, Waja. What a great knock this is. Phil Salt, you beauty.
Well, it's come up in a comical fashion, but he'll take it. 100 not out for Phil Salt of 93 deliveries, 12 boundaries and a 6. Very well played, young man. Superb inning, and just the start they wanted to their pre-season tour. 100 in the very first game. Very, very well played indeed. Well done, Salte.
Yeah, they will not be running. Got 100 on a friendly game, but yes, this all counts. This will go even further now. The season just started. It's not started yet, by the way. It's a pre-season, and this 100 counts a lot. He's played a lot of games. As I was mentioning, he has known these conditions. He's traveled this part of the world a lot with the franchise cricket. Beautifully played towards the extra cover region. Only a single.
And it does so much for the dressing room when your big gun players produce, get runs to their name. Keaton Jennings, George Balderston, the captain Dane Vilas, Josh Bohannon, everybody chipping in. And now Phil Salt, a fabulous knock, peppering the boundaries. 1 big 6 in it as well, and that will give him a lot of confidence. He's had to work hard for those runs, but give credit to the Loughborough lads as well. They've toiled away. Oh, nicely flicked. Straight to mid-wicket. And he's gone. Fantastic catch taken there. And that will be the end of Luke Wood. Max Luckett gets some reward. Chapman Lilly takes a beautiful catch at mid-wicket. 2nd wicket down. Take a look here. The perfect angle. That ball was travelling. Nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. So end of Luke Wood's knock. 22 of 41 is 364 for 2. And this was the moment, the magic moment for Phil Salt. Horrible throw there by the keeper, it has to be said, beyond Mo Rizvi. And they scampered through for that extra run to bring up triple figures for Phil Salt. Well played. Meanwhile, it's going to be Danny Lamb coming in to replace Luke Wood. Don't think he's too bothered about the scorecard. Massive score of 364. We still have 7 overs to play, so perhaps he can just have a hit out. Feel the middle of the blade. But it's been a productive day for the Lancashire Lightning batters. Head coach Glenn Chappell will be really pleased with the way they've launched this pre-season tour in earnest. All of the batters getting runs, occupying the crease, concentrating hard. And with Luke Wells working hard to come back to full fitness, that would only further boost their squad resources. Max Luckett, though, getting good reward for some consistent bowling. He's bowled really, really well out there. 1 for 25. Hasn't given much away. And a good catch there by Chapman Lilly to support his big fast bowler. Well bowled there in the channel, and Danny Lamb wants nothing to do with it. Pulled away this time. Deep fine leg will have to work hard. Will he catch up to it? No, he will not. It's gone for 4. 84 overs up. 368 for 2. Despairing dive there. A deep fine, just not getting his fingers on the ball. And well, take a look at that bowling scorecard there. A lot of bowlers used by Jack Nightingale, including himself. And only Tom Hinley and Max Luckett with a wicket to their name. It's been a stern test, but they've kept at it doggedly, determinedly. And it's a wonderful cricketing education for these young lads. It'll hold them well for the future. 6 overs remaining in the day's play. Tomorrow we will see the Loughborough lads getting out there to bat. And they can allow their bowlers to put their feet up. And I dare say they've earned that rest, earned that break. Meanwhile, this man on screen, 100 to his name. Let's see what he does now. Will Rogers to continue. Nicely bowled. Nothing he could do there, but block it back to the bowler. Foolish delivery, nicely driven away by Danny Lamb. So his technique looks in good order as well. Never hurts to add some runs down the order. Will Rogers, he'd desperately like to have a wicket to his name as well. He's worked hard just like Max Luckett. His 3rd spell of the day. Good to see a couple of slips in there. Oh, just beats the outside edge. That's a peach. Just pulling up there, bit of cramp. He's had to work hard in tough conditions for the bowlers for no reward. But he's a trooper. Still hunting for wickets out there. That was an absolute peach. Nicely flicked away through mid-wicket. Finds the gap. Mid-on will clean it up. And he'll keep the strike. 85 overs gone by, 370 for 2. So Max lucky to continue. Coming off a wicket, so he'll have his tail up a bit. Let's see if he can add to his wickets tally. Nicely played. Mid-wicket does well to clean up. So Phil Salt, 102 of 97. Special moment for him. Oh, beautiful shot. Excellent fielding. Got a hand to it. Can't really call that a catch. But a sensational effort there at cover.
Yeah, indeed. That's what you need from the champions, the young players. They need to put their bodies on line. They need to fight. Despite they got 2 wickets, something to bring them back in the game. It's Danny Lamb who joined Phil Salt, who just passed his 100.
Nicely square driven. Finds the gap at point. So Danny Lamb is looking pretty determined to get some runs here. They're pushing for 3 on the throw. And they'll make it in time.
If you just notice the way he played that shot, it was just because he knew exactly where the fielders are placed. That's something special from him. Picking up the gaps. You see, finding the players usually play with the flow on the merit of the ball, but no, that's not the case here, where he was just deliberately playing by Phil Salt where the fielder, there was a gap available.
Quick single taken. Good call there. So Danny Lamb, well, perhaps he's a bit miffed that Luke Wood was sent in to bat above him. He wants to make a statement.
Well, most of the runs, if you see, once Salt crossed his 50, most of the runs came from the third man region. When he started his inning, he was targeting the fine leg and the onside a lot.
Excellent point. He's really improved his play versus spin. And they were not easy spinners to contend with. Left arm leggies, you won't see a lot of those. A lovely punch down the ground. Mid-on does really well. Saved 4 runs for his side. Good commitment in the field.
And this is incredible fielding just at the end of the day. It's sort of all these boys of Loughborough have just got up from a sleep and they are supercharged.
Yeah, they've been very, very diligent in the field. That was young Pretorius. He's having a net earlier. Now out there in the field, pulled away. Lovely shot there, deep fine. Oh, he's done really well there, Tom Debenham. Flinging himself, full force at the ball. Saved a certain boundary. Take a look at this, Abid. Excellent swivel pull there by Danny Lamb. He was relaxed. He thought it's cruising for 4 and look at him come in.
He pulled it, kept the ball slightly low. That's the end of the over. 4 more overs to go in the day. It's 378 on board.
Will Rogers to continue, still searching for a wicket. Nicely tucked away behind square. They're going to push for 2. Easy pickings. And Tom Debenham, well, the ball seems to be chasing him.
Yeah, very busy in the field. You don't like to be chased by the ball, especially when it's end of the day. And when you especially bowled somehow to 8 to 10 overs.
Yeah, they worked really hard, the Loughborough lads. No less than 12 bowlers used by Jack Nightingale. Squeezed away. Once again, just piling on the runs here. He looks in complete control here, Phil Salt. And it's a wonderful start to his Lancashire season. And I'd say we're extremely privileged to be a small part of it.
Yeah, to call out the game when there's such a great players like Danny Phil Salt are batting together. We have Sonda. We saw just earlier Josh Bohannon. There have been plenty of big names being associated with the game. Rick Mark. We were fortunate enough to have words with Luke Wills. So yeah.
Yeah, extremely grateful to Rob Jones, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon for joining us in the comm box, taking time when they're all set to prepare for pre-season, prepare for the season. Pulled away this time by Danny Lamb, finds the gap at mid-wicket. That man Tom Debenham after it again, the platinum blonde. And they were extremely gracious with their time. Luke Wells in the middle of rehab for his back niggle. And of course Jonesy came up right in the morning, very pleasant. And then Josh Bohannon after making a really solid 50. I am a huge fan of that lad already. I think he has a very bright future indeed.
Yeah, I'm glad to have a selfie with him also.
Never missing out on an opportunity.
Just pushed it towards the covers. Dot ball. I thought Phil will walk out after scoring 100, but that's not the case. He wants to bat more.
Yeah, he seems to be batting with a point to prove. Excellent observation there, Abid. Determined to make full use of this opportunity. Short ball. Oh, top edge. Deep fine leg giving it a chase, but he'll run away for 4.
Yeah, some extra bounce there from the pitch. Just not in very much control. But moreover, it's runs that counts. Top edged over the keeper head. Runs down to the fine leg for 4 runs. Meantime, that over comes to an end. It's 87 overs are up. 387 for 2.
Max lucky to continue. Oh, hit in the air. Finds the gap though. Not quite off the middle of the blade. But Danny Lamb, he's throwing his bat at absolutely everything. And I think they're trying to hit that quadruple 100 mark. Let's see if they can achieve it. Bit of a T20 situation emerging here.
No, that's not the case. With a rate of 4.5. I think that they'll easily get 400 on board by the end of the day.
Oh, he has absolutely creamed that through extra cover. Danny Lamb picked the bones out of that one. Glorious. Oh, in fact, pardon me, it was the man of the hour, Phil Salt.
Who it can be, Ahmed? Who it can be?
That was absolutely smoked. Extra cover, it burst through him. No chance. Absolutely no chance.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Just ripped in. No ball.
Well, goodness me. Now you know that the bowlers are absolutely gassed.
Well, now do you think is 400 is far away?
Yeah, with one shot, he's made it pretty much straightforward. Expensive over here for Max Luckett. Short ball hooked away, over the fielder, all the way for 6, and there you go. 400 up for the Lightning.
Yeah, hooked and smoked. What a way to bring 400 runs. Phil Salt, you can't be going out without taking selfie with me, my friend.
Abid Ibrahim.
He deserved that. He deserved that.
He's hunting for photographs with the Lightning lads. And why not? When you bat like that, hit into that massive bush over there. All the way for 6 over fine leg. Couple of fielders out there digging for the ball. And of course, we are living in a post-pandemic world. No ball, boys. Lads, you'll have to find the ball yourself. And I think they've done well. Good on them.
Yeah, they just fished the ball outside themselves. That will give a slight bit of a time to Phil Salt. Look at that. Just timing.
Yeah, I love the way we swiveled on it off the back foot. Fantastic shot. And now Max Luckett's figures have taken a pounding. 50 up for him. Not the one he'd desire. Already 14 runs off the over. Big full toss. Absolutely blitzed. It's gone for 4 in a flash. And the umpires, they've got the moves out. 404. Ball not found.
Yeah, case closed. It's Phil Salt who's still operating at 123 runs unbeaten.
Well, I hate to say it, a dad joke is coming up. He's rubbing salt into their wounds. And giving due respect right out of the middle. That's gonna tick Max Luckett off even more.
You have to feel for the bowlers.
Well, who wants to be a fast bowler? That's what I want to know. It's a batsman's game, let me tell you.
Not me, at least. And we have seen a lot of fast bowlers being used by the Loughborough boys. They didn't bring the spinners. The only time they brought the spinners, they got them wicket. Only Max Luckett was the fast bowler to get a wicket. Smashed on the onside, and that's sailed over the fielder's head. One more 6.
Well, bring out the helmets. We're having a party here. Phil Salt is in destruction mode. Absolutely dispatched for 6. Once again, the fielders have gone hunting for the ball. What an over. Take a look at that timeline. Full of 4s and 6s. Such is the class and ability in this man. What a way to start your pre-season proper with a big 100 to your name. 129 of just 108 deliveries.
Right. 2 more overs to go in the day. 88 overs down the wire. Phil Salt batting on 129. 108 deliveries he faced. That's more of a ODI innings.
Well, 400 was comfortably cleared thanks to that massive over against Max Luckett. Now, can we get 440 here, Abid? Let's get a bit greedy. Run rate has ballooned up to 4.7 on the day. It never really came below 3.7, 3.8 after the start. Keaton Jennings and George Balderston produced.
Well, one thing is for sure that these Loughborough boys would not love to hear you when you say 440. That's a massive runs. That's a massive total. Well, it just took one big 100 and the rest all the batters chipped in and scored a couple of 50s, a couple of 40s, a couple of 20s. It was only Rob Jones who just did not reach to the double figures.
Squirted away, pass point. Going to get more runs here. In fact, it will trickle away. No, yeah. Oh, I think it might be 4 there. I think it's George Tate, the off spinner, who might have stepped onto the rope. Yep, giving us 4.
Now he's just confirming still. Now this will tell us a better story.
Yeah, let's follow the ball here. Almighty chase. And, well, Abid, you're going to have to make the call here.
Oh,
yeah. He made a mess of it, poor lad.
You can't
and
be
Will
calling.
Rogers, he will be slightly annoyed with that.
Gets it through, it didn't get a wood on it.
Well, if he had got any bat on that, let me tell you, he's going to go flying into that ICC Academy scoreboard. Perhaps made a big dent in it as well.
Well, to be very honest, the way Phil is batting, he's just toying with the bowlers, picking up gaps at his will. So he's batting at over 100. You can't expect him to miss it. This is going down the leg side. A dot ball there, a rare dot ball. There you go. This time he played again towards the backward point. 2 runs completed. It's just a 50 runs partnership comes up between the two. Excellent partnership this has been. 20 runs from Denny Lamb and Phil Salt scoring 31. In this partnership, he moves to 131 unbeaten. Again, a quick single, and look at the way they're running. Phil almost batted entire day. For good 40 to 50 overs, he batted.
Indeed. Seems to be refocusing on red ball cricket, and that's a brilliant sign for Lancs and for England as well. Definitely a lot of spots up for grabs. And he can be one of them. He can absolutely be one of them.
Yeah, it won't take him much to reach there. One last final over to go in a day. It's 416 for 2. The final over of the day, and the first delivery is smashed towards the cow corner. 2 is the call. Phil comes back on a strike. Looks like Phil will keep the strike for the remaining 5 balls, and he might go all guns blazing at this juncture of the game.
Well, it's been a wonderful day of red ball cricket here. It's been a long time. We've seen some red ball action in the UAE. Lancashire Lightning versus Loughborough University. Day 1 of 2. Slowly but surely drawing to an end. And it's been the Phil Salt show. Lancashire electing to bat first by mutual consent of both sides. And first it was a 100 stand between Keaton Jennings and George Boldeston. They retired to the dugout after 33 overs. Then Josh Bohannon making an excellent solid 50, as well as the captain Dane Vilas, quick fire 54 of 55. And then it was a certain Mr. Philip Salt taking over, and you can see the scorecard, 134 of 117. He'll just want to keep this final delivery out. Come back in, not out. Always nice to end your innings with an asterisk next to it. And it's been a tough slog on what appeared to be a greenish pitch, but turned out to be an absolute flatty. For the Loughborough boys, kept plugging away, working diligently. Nicely punched for a dot ball. And that will complete the day's play as Lancashire Lightning close day 1 on a whopping 418 for the loss of 2 wickets in their allotted 90 overs. That man is the star of the show. 134 not out of 119 deliveries. Fabulous performance, Phil Salt.
What a great show this has been. He's just kept on scoring, and enjoyed. He'll certainly been unbeaten. He might come in tomorrow again to continue his inning. Well, that's again for tomorrow. It's been 1 wicket for Max Lockett, and that is the cheer up noise you can hear from the dugout of the team Lancashire Lightning. What a knock this has been from Phil Salt. Excellent show. Truly deserving, and these boys of Loughborough have really put a good show. They are really professionals and very good fielders and good bowlers. The batting department we will witness tomorrow.
Well, taking a look at the batting scorecard then, 46 of 105 for Keaton Jennings alongside young George Boldeston. 44 of 102. Had an 100-run opening stand. Then Josh Bohannon came in at 3. Excellent knock. 56 not out of 103. Dane Vilas, 54 of 55. And then Phil Salt came in and just started hammering the ball to all parts. A fabulous 100. 134 of 118. Rob Jones, the only Lancashire batter not to get a significant score. Luke Wood did well, 22 of 41. And then it was Danny Lamb who added a merry 20 of 16, 38 extras. So it was a tough day out for the Loughborough boys out there. Lancashire Lightning 418 for 2 on day 1. Plenty of bowlers used, but only Max Luckett picking up a wicket. And Tom Hinley, the left arm leggy, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, it's been a good show from the boys. They have put down really the bodies there. Two bowlers only taking wicket, Tom Hanley and Max Lockett, to have a wicket in their column. Rob Jones has got out there earlier, and Lockwood, only two batters to get dismissed. But look at that, 38 runs as an extras. That's some numbers. That speaks volume. They need to work on the extras probably. Let's quickly have a look at the highlights of the day. The last session, the third session here, that was how the things started. That was Phil Salt. His show all the way. This was a brilliant shot. All along the ground, beautifully driven from the back foot. It's pure timing on that. The timing was very key. This was the wicket. Wicket number 2. Lockwood got dismissed there. And since then it's been absolutely non-stopping show between Danny Lem and Phil Salt. Both of them done really well to keep the scoreboard ticking. They were finding the boundaries at the regular intervals. Every over was almost getting punished. A single delivery, anything loose and out on their way, it was certainly punished towards the boundary line. We have seen few sixes also from Phil Salt. Is absolutely up to it, and the monster hits towards the onside as well. There's crackers all around the ground. Some brilliant piece of fieldings were there, but just could not enough to stop the inning of Phil Salt, who was just unstoppable. Magical knock. This is the knock you don't see every day until unless it's Phil Salt who's operating. This was the shot of the day. This was a great shot from up. And this was easy picking on down the leg side. That Buzz was asking for the punishment. Catch one. Excellent show. That was just missed the wicket. And Shah is at the stumps also. All together, that is the 100. And he was very happy to get this one. Pre-season friendlies. But yes, it all counts when it comes to finding. This was a catch of the day. Excellent catch. It was just timed it well, but was in the air for just a bit of a time. And then just a show of Phil Salt along with Denny Lamp. Both of them just kept on mounting in the scores. Good flow of the runs all around the ground. That was brilliant shot, and the fielder tried his every bit to stop that one from running towards the boundary line, but just could not jump on it on time. Straight shots. That was quick. That was quick even on the replay. If you see on a slow motion, you just can't stop that. Timings were special. We have seen that there was a new ball also taken. They were trying their every bit to take wickets and stop somehow. But then those were the last big hits from Phil Salt towards the onside. He hit 2 maximums on that region. Now that was excellent show from Phil Salt. He'll be proud. His entire team is proud for him. The good start of the season. Red Cherry for him was a less than a half chance, but good efforts by the fielder. I've tried every bit. Yeah. Good show. Good day. The last session. Indeed. Goes to its Lancashire Lightnings. Deserves the last show.
So that would be it from the highlights for the third session of the day. When we get back, we'll have a special guest for the interviews. Just take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Right then, thank you very much, Abid. I'm right here with the man of the hour, the man of the moment, Phil Salt. Phil, your first game with the red rose on your chest and you've washed 100. Brilliant innings.
Yep, great to be in the kit, great to be here with the lads. It's been a long winter, so it's good to finally catch up with everyone. And as days go, that's as good as days you'll have pre-season wise, I guess.
And of course, let's talk about the pitch first. How did it play? Like, it looked pretty green, it looked like it'd be friendly for the bowlers, but then when you got out there, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think the lads said up top it was sort of nipping about, but then Keats and Balderson wouldn't have made you think so the way they played really well. And then it just sort of flattened out as the day went on. And you know, when I went in, it wasn't really doing too much, which is always nice when the writing's off the ball.
Well, we know all about your quality against the fast man, but the way you handled spin, especially in the third session, that's something that we've seen that you've developed recently, or it's always been in you?
I guess it's always been in me. As you play, you get a bit more experience and you understand your game a bit better and understand what you need to add and what you need to ditch. So yeah, I guess that's something just getting better with age.
And well, we saw you didn't ditch that hook shot for 6, hit a couple of those as well. That must have felt nice.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably where I want seamers to come short. So yeah, I didn't think he'd go again after the first one.
And of course, let's talk about the pre-season tour itself. After COVID, it's been the first time that the men's and women's teams of Lancashire have been coming overseas for a tour. In Dubai, you've played a lot of cricket here, and good to be back here. It must be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the boys love Dubai. It's always good. So no, the boys have had a whale of a time so far, and hopefully we're going to keep on enjoying it for the rest of the trip.
Right, then a fabulous performance today, and best of luck for the remainder of the tour and for the county season.
Brilliant, thanks mate, cheers.
Right, then that is Phil Salt, the man of the moment. Fabulous performance, and that's the conclusion of day one of this two-day game here between Lancashire Lightning and Loughborough. Join us tomorrow as the Loughborough lads take on the Lancashire Lightning bowlers at 10 a.m. local time. We'll see you then. Good evening.
Subtle changes in pace.
This is absolutely spectacular. And from nowhere, full stretch. Absolutely stunning.
Look at his face.
It doesn't get better than this.
Oh, that's unbelievable. That is utterly incredible.